Oh, I've done it again, haven't I? One day I'll get the buttons right. There we go.
You know, after another 6 or 7 years, you might actually learn.
Yeah, after that many years, right?
Yeah, you would think.
3 years now. I don't know.
You're only midway through your apprentice journey on how to run StreamYard.
I'm still apprentice. Yeah.
Yeah. At least that's 2 grades above my pay scale. I don't even know what buttons to push, so that's why I always have to wait for one of you smarter people than me to go ahead and get the show started. Hi, Simon. Long time no see.
Hello. It's like we spoke to each other yesterday.
21 hours since the last time I've seen you.
Let's bring Sumit on. Hello, Sumit. Welcome. There you go.
Yeah.
Hi guys. Hi.
For those that don't know what this is about, we're GDG London and Flutter London, Flutter community, whatever you want to say. We've been working towards a Flutter DevCamp. We've been doing this for
2 years.
2 years. Yeah. So this is the third one though, because it's the second one this year, right? And this is about state management alone and helping people with Flutter learn about state management, what it's all about. So I'm going to leave the whole spiel about that until next week when we start. So there is a link. You can get the link for it.
3rd of August. Yeah. 3.
Yeah, that's the one. Which is next week, right? I get it right.
Wow.
For those that haven't, feel free to sign up. The link is in the chat.
I think
that's a kick-off event. But tell us a bit more about the event, Sumit.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say that it gives a good segue on what is this all about. Can you bring my screen up if possible? I just have something there.
Yeah.
Super. Yeah. So as some of you guys, I can see from the chat, some of you guys already been to a couple of or one of our events before. So this one is a 4-week program. Generally, it's 4 to 8 weeks program, and this will cover state management. What we want from you guys is a commitment. Yeah, 4 weeks, which means total 4 hours with Saturday sessions and Thursday sessions. Yeah, that's what we want you guys to do. We're going to cover state management concepts. You guys know most of the speakers now, so we got the experts from the industry. You will be needing to do an assignment, and that's what today and yesterday was for. Yeah, so we are building something that you'll be using to actually finish those assignments and apply those principles that you learn during these sessions. Yep. And then in the end, you definitely will get like a certification from us saying, yep, you did finish the bootcamp, and then you apply for jobs or wherever you want to apply those principles. So that's what it is. This is a high-level agenda. We actually are overwhelmed with the response again. Yeah, so we have around 120 plus people who actually registered. We are going through a selection process. So not everyone is going to get an invite. I'm actually going through their LinkedIn profile, their GitHub profile to see if, so because this is an intermediate level course, it's not beginners, I don't want people to be left out, and we may have limited seats. So I want to make sure that we select people who have that level of knowledge, because it is going to be a bit more advanced this time. Okay, that's what this is all about then, Simon. You're muted. A good question from Rakia. This is going to be 6 p.m. Most of the timings are UK timings, so 6 p.m.
Oh, I was talking on mute, wasn't I? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, I was going to say it's 6 p.m. BST or GMT +1. For those that trying to work out where that is for your time in the world.
It's not a live stream until somebody says, "Hey, you're muted."
Right. Yes. Again, you think I learned that lesson by now, right?
You've been distracted by a full day's activities. I'm just waking up, so I'm hoping the caffeine kicks in soon.
In fact, yeah, I came back from a meal out with John Weezy, who's been on the show. Why is I always terrible his last name. He's gonna catch me
for the W. John W.
Weezy, I think it's Weezy. Anyway, and he's been on the show before. Anyway, but he's over here with his family in London, so I said I'll hop out.
Cool.
And show him around, show him some sights and things. So that's been me today. Just got back here. We did have it planned for an hour earlier, but I couldn't make it back in time. So just the last minute, we've scooched it. So thank you for all turning up. I think we're probably going to be here for what, 2 hours, maybe 3, depending. But we'll try and get as much as we can done right now. So I think there's enough talking. For those that don't know, just brief introduction. Randall and myself run a Wednesday Hump Day Q&A here on YouTube. CTO Dev Angels and Flutter community leader, and Randall is a Dart Flutter GDE, and Sim is here from GDG London. That's my quick sort of thing to get going, right? Yeah. All right. Otherwise, we'll be here talking. For anyone that doesn't know, feel free to put questions in the live chat with the queue in front of them, so Randall can find them, and then we can start talking about them. Question about what we're doing, anything else that we interact with. It's always good to hear your feedback. So I'm going to try and set this up like we did yesterday, which is like this. And hopefully I'm going to adjust this slightly because I think I'm trying to.
That way I can point to the code. See, look at that.
There we go. It's a bit better, isn't it? So you can see the full thing there. Something like that. Oh, there you go. That'll do. So this is the design. This is the Figma design. So we made a purchase of these, and we're building the app out from these. So we've done this splash screen that's been done, and we've done like the top level navigation. This and the top bar. We did a carousel. Yesterday we did this top setting with like top setting tiles, and then we also at the very end added this favoriting mechanism. And this works across the application. So question is, I guess, so some people, I don't know if the person was here from yesterday, that we were talking about those expanding slivers. So that's an option. We could look at doing that.
Yeah.
And then we could then maybe make it so when you tap on one of these products, we see the details page.
So actually have one more idea.
Go on, please.
So same thing, but I see a wish list screen over there.
Yeah, well, we could definitely do the wish list screen because we've now got this is a super easy screen for us to do. So we could do that first. Because yesterday we actually did all the backing for this, like the functional stuff. I guess we'll do that first.
Let's just start from there and then go into details after.
Yeah. All right.
David says I'm here. David says I'm here.
You are here, David. Thanks. Yeah, so we'll do that. We'll see if we can do that expanding stuff because I think a lot of people are interested in slivers. So, all right. So if we go to the wish list screen, looking rather blank right now. So we want to make that look like this one. So let me zoom out and try to bring that in. We can have both on the screen at once. There we go. All right. So same content. That's nice. We've got check mark. Image. So we want to set up a top bar that we can reuse because quite a few screens, you can see here below the account screen also has like a top bar. We want to do that. We want to do the tiles for each of these entries, make it checkable to show when it's. So they got this select button. I feel like this is meant to be a button at the top right, and maybe when you tap it, then you see the check marks. But I kind of see, is that needed? I don't know. Like for me,
I think
like
the purpose could be that you are trying to then move from the wish list to a buy.
Yeah, so this is what I'm trying to say. Like you have like select, select, select. They all get ticked, and then you hit remove, and it removes them from your wish list, or buy now and buys them. But why have a select state? What do we even need a select button up there? Because surely these checkboxes always show.
Yeah.
Do you see my point? That you tap on the, or once you. The other thing here is once you're in the check-in mode, tapping on any tile checks them.
That could be like the way, like the way it works with the Photos app in iPhone. Yeah, you have the select option that actually turns on the photo for selection. So
yeah, it could be that select all. Select all would be a nice repurpose of that.
That's a good point. Well, is that? I mean, if you had lots of things in your wish list, do you ever want to buy them all at once or remove them all at once?
Sometimes your ship comes in and you go, "I'm getting everything." Yeah.
Maybe do a long press option, which is like brings up a power menu.
Really long press. It has to go 6 seconds.
All right. So we did this wish list button yesterday, which connects to this wish list repo, which is backed off of our widget here. I just realized what we could actually do. Now we got this state like this. Oh, this looks cool. Let me just extend our little bit of state management, if you want to call it, just to extend this a bit more here. If we do an extension, I think this will work. Let's see. On state of T extends stateful widget. Extends. Hang on. Yeah, I think we can do this. Hang on. This is the on, so we'll just call this like backend state on this. Pass the T across. I think this will work. Hang on. Yeah. Hang on. Oh, this might be fun. And then here we say product repo. Like final. I don't know. Can we do variables? I think we can. Let's try it anyway. Equals context dot backend dot product repo. Yeah, I think we can do a getter though. That's fine. Let's do a getter. This is just like a shorthand, right? Oops, page down. So we could do this to get to our different repositories, right? It's just like a shorthand rather than put context.backend.whatever throughout the entire app. So when it comes down to this, we can now just get rid of that. I suppose. Okay, so here's the benefit and downside to this, right? It means that I could get rid of this, and it's all going to continue to work because wishlist repo now is a getter. But it does mean that we don't get to locally cache it in a variable. So this wish list is still going to go to backend. That's going to go to the inherited widget route and do get inherited widget of exact type, which should be immediate after the first one because it registers it. All right, we're not going to cache it. I think we're fine. So this makes things a lot simpler. Let's see if I've got any more in here, and we'll just clean that up. And then we'll jump over to the wish list screen. Yeah, I think I've got a few. So now this should be product. This could be products repo. Top fetching, and that's it. Yeah. So yeah, now we can address our repositories directly from any stateful widget or from any context. So you can do context.backend.products repo or whatever. All right. So back to where we were. I'll restart that. All right. So if I go to we did this before, actually. Do you know what we should probably do? Persist our wish list, because that's going to be terrible to debug otherwise. So let's do that first. So persisting data is always one of those things that I think a lot of people have an interest in doing it right. Let me get a link here.
Well, but doing it right could mean use Riverpod, but okay.
I just mean that like
doing it with the native stuff.
So many people use shared preferences,
Oh,
and it bugs the hell out of me because it's literally that preferences of key value pairs.
that's it.
That is not database. That is not chuck your database in a string and put that string in shared preferences. That is bad. Don't do this.
What? One big giant JSON string. Just drop it in there.
What's really annoying is I think people know how it gets processed. Like, so that string gets sent across a platform channel, so it's now duplicated again to the platform. The platform then duplicates that again into like XML, and then that gets encoded again, and then that gets stored on disk. It's like you go for this whole track when you could just go put it straight to disk, right, and you're done. Like, what we just need is path provider. So path provider is how we go get the path from the operating system where we can write files to by our application. So we'll pop that in there. That's going to require a full restart because we're adding native code. Let's start that up. Now inside our
question.
code, we want to
question.
Why not Hive? Yeah, you could use Hive. That's a perfectly valid thing. I would say use ISAR instead of Hive now. ISAR is essentially, think of it as V2 Hive. It's definitely more performant. But right now, what we need is not really, I mean, maybe we could use ISAR for this. I'm just going to write to disk because it's quick and easy right now. So what we want to do is get the application support directory, I think it's called. This one. I may have that wrong, so we're going to go check that. Path directory where the application can place application support files. If the directory does not exist, it's created. For files you don't want to use this for files you don't want to expose to the user. Your app should not use this directory for user data files. But you don't expose it to the user. Okay. And then application documents directory, path where the application may place data that is user generated or that can't otherwise be recreated by your application. Consider using another path such as support directory or external directory if the data is not user generated. Okay, so I'm assuming this means that we should be using the application documents directory. We're going to use that. Let's go. Right. So first things first, we want to on our we're going to get the directory. The top level functions. So rather than put my namespace, I'm going to alias the import, and I'm just going to do that manually. I could have imported it first and then renamed it. Same difference. I normally alias as the package name because it makes it easier to know which one is which. And then we want to work out what the file is. So file. So we actually need another package. So most people, okay, so let me just show you this again. Let me just show you things you can do wrong and then how to do it right. So first of all, this is just for, we're not going to use web, so we just use .io directly. And then if we want to use this directory, it's the.path. A lot of people then go slash, and in this case, we're going to say wishlist.json, right? The problem is this may not be the right slash on the platform, and you can mess up. There is actually a directory, I think it's directory.path separator. Was it platform? Path separator, that's the one. That's actually what you're supposed to do, but that's kind of like ugly and long-winded. Also, it can, if it gets really unwieldy, if you want to do multiple levels and paths and things. So there's actually a package called path, funny enough. And the path package, which is already used by your app because it's part of used by the framework files, and we still need to import it, but this allows us to do this thing where we say path.join, and then you give it your components. In this case, we can say it's this directory. and this file. That's it. So it's kind of nice, and it will make sure that if it's a file and its extension, it knows all like about file system paths and works it all out for you. Anyway, right, so that's kind of nice. Yeah, it's complaining now because I'm not importing it, so we should import that. It's no longer here.
Simon, there's a question from earlier.
I saw a payment card in the Figma design yesterday. How will the transaction be integrated any SDK? So the idea here is that we're just doing the app side, right? So there's going to be no server side in this, right? However, you certainly could just integrate the Stripe SDK or something like that. There's no harm in doing that. Most of the provider SDKs offer what you see, which is you get to see the last 4 digits of the card number, and that's it. So you can represent the cards on the screen. You can know if it's like, is it a Visa card? Or you can represent it a certain way if you wanted to visually. So, yeah, but I mean, it's not too difficult to implement a payment system. Certainly can talk about that a bit more. Maybe that's a later thing. Maybe we can, if people are interested, we can continue this and take it that step further. Right, so now we've got a file. We want to say if that file exists, and we want to load the data for that file. So we actually have our set of string. What was it?
Looks like I have a fan here too.
Oh yeah. Wishlist is, so now we want to load the file, so we can say read a string, and then we want to decode that as JSON. We need to import convert. All right, so now we have a JSON object, but we need to convert that to our list of wishlist items. So it's a list of string. So again, ideally we would have a model for this. So I think we'll add one since we have the infrastructure in place. Okay, wishlist storage. And we'll just copy this for ease. Now we could store it directly as a JSON array and all this kind of stuff, but it kind of gets messy. And then when you want to, the problem you actually get with this, so I can tell you what I could have done, right? I'm not going to do it. I'm going to use a model, but I'll tell you why it's quite tempting. You do this and go, oh, it's just a list, right? So I'll wait for it. And then I could say, okay, as list, and then for each item, map it using our, wish list. It's a string, as string or something, right? And we could like do all that. However, if we want to expand the wish list to say, oh, when was it last modified, or add other fields to it, suddenly we can't do that because now the file just contains a list. So it's better to contain a top level object, which is actually how JSON is supposed to be stored. And then you can add extra fields and do more things with it, right? So it's easier just to have a simple object, like here, wish list storage, to actually store that data. So in here, we're just going to say, right? And at the moment, this is going to be a list of string items. That's it. Nice and simple. We'll run our code generator to generate this. Running. So this just runs build runner. And that will generate our .g file. I spoke about it yesterday, so got actually yesterday's stream for details about how that all works. For now, we're going to do that, and then we can say oh, I did list, didn't I? If I turn it into a set, oh, did something go wrong? No actions completed for these. Okay. I think that's expected. I wonder if if I convert this to a set, if it will just work. Let's see. If that will just work, then there's a potential if we do a copy with function, we could use that in place of this, which is kind of nice. Well, it generated. Let's take a look. To set, yeah. And then to list on the output. That works. So let's go in here to storage. And we can now say Wishlist from JSON. Now, the whole idea of the try catch is if something goes wrong, it's very important. If something goes wrong during startup, how do you deal with that? Right? So let me just sort this out. But once set is not writable because it's going to compile time. So it's the same as an unmodifiable. Right. Let me start that up. So we need to think about how we want to handle failure. So let's say this fails to pass on startup. Rather than rethrow and fail, we should probably load an empty list, right? It failed, we've got an empty list, and we still want to return an object. If we move our return down here and move our wish list up outside our try, now we've got sort of a correct handling of the error case. We probably want to log it as well in case, you know, we probably want to send this to server, and let's put a question mark there. So you can understand.
You could just introduce an either class if you're using FP Dart. But okay, anyway, sorry. I'll stop.
I won't take any of your lip about FP Dart, my friend. So the point here is that if we start failing, like let's say we introduce a new variable, we change a variable type, and it fails. We don't want to stop the app from starting, right? And maybe we do, but a lot of the time, maybe it's just nicer to load like an empty down and say it's gone, right? So pick and choose your battles, but I think that's kind of in our case, it's probably a nicer way of dealing with it. And we'll put a little comment here and say, failed to load the wish list, start up with an empty one. All right. It's not to say it doesn't exist. It's like it's corrupted because either reading for the disk failed or the JSON decode failed or something like that. All right, but the app still starts up. That's the critical point here. Right, so wish list storage. So now this is the items. Items. Storage being an internal concept that we have in this class, right? All the same logic still flows, but we're just shipping items. And now here's the interesting bit. Now we want to copy with on our wish list storage. So we want to take wish list storage, and copy with new wish list storage. This is to keep the mutability of our objects. It's quite important. Thanks, Abdul. Yeah, I mean, the point here is not to use external libraries, right? Like Freeze and other things, right? To show how you do it with plain old Dart and that way, and Flutter. So you've got more of an understanding of what those libraries do, right? Rather than depending on an automated library. So someone mentioned freeze. One of the things that we want to do here is string items. So we want to say if its items is given, and we want to do unmodifiable of items, otherwise list of items. This just ensures that if we do a copy with at some point, that this list is always treated as unmodifiable when it's stored, rather than somehow it being changed after the fact, right? All right. So again, like this is something that you talk about freeze or something. It's like it wouldn't generate this. So if we wanted this, we would have to like take ownership on that. I know there's other reasons, but anyway, for now, that's what we want. So now go back to our storage. Wishlist equals wishlist.copy with, and we give it items, a new set of items. And then this is wishlist.items in this case. And we'll do the same thing here with a new set being given from the iterable. That's actually a good point. We can actually pass across an iterable, which is slightly better. Right. So this is back to how it was before we touched it and put the storage in there, which is good. We also still need to save our storage. So what we actually want to do is another mechanism you might see around, which is having a timer. So we say like save timer, make it nullable, and then whenever you go to modify your content, so it says save wish list, cancel the current timer, and we start a new timer. And this is just going to be based on it's called a debounce. Comes from hardware and hardware development, but we could say something like seconds one. That's good enough. So and then we'll say file. We'll say file. I don't have the file, so let's pass that in. File. All right, so if this fails, we're going to be in a slight problem because we can't pass it on. Let's revert my previous decision for now, rather than dealing with that interesting conundrum. Let's just retry. Simple. Right, so what this means is now when we go to write, we can say write to string, and the content is JSON.encode wishlist.toJSON. I mean, I think we can make the same thing, I don't think about it that much. So essentially what we're doing here is saying that if you want the source code, then it will be part of, sorry, you said it's part of the workshop. Sorry, thanks, Randall. Feel free to speak up about these things. Right, so when we remove...
Try not to interrupt you, because when I interrupt you, then it switches context for you, and it gets a little tricky. So I'm trying to answer the questions in the chat quietly if I can. Otherwise, I will interrupt you and say, take it. So that's the policy there.
I'm going to swip this if around just to make it a guard statement. It's what we call this a guarding condition. So if there's conditional, I might return early just to kind of simplify it. But okay, so now if we add or remove from wish list, it counts the current timer, creates a new timer, and then writes the result to disk. This way, whenever the state changes, we're writing it to the file system, and then when the app next loads, it's going to have that data, right? Now, the reason for the debounce is that if we suddenly like do like a whole set of transactional stuff, maybe like where we do removal, for example, and it removes all the items, we don't want to write to disk on each one of those things, right? We want to like just do write once, and it writes an empty array rather than writing each incremental deletion. So it's a lot more optimal. And there's always about wearing your SSDs. So you really don't want to do too many writes too often. It wears them quicker, especially when there's absolutely no need. All right, so back to, okay, so now we have it stored. So we start, see what happens. Okay, we start up, I tick the hoodie, and we fail. Save timer has not been initialized. Did I do it as late? That's my fault. All right, let's carry on. Yes, it's maybe nullable. That's me. Right, try and start again. Restart. Tick. Okay, we count to 1 second, so it's going to be written to disk. And now what we can do is if I restart again, hey, it's still hearted, so still liked, wish list, whatever. It means it's working. So that's great. All right, so now we've done that. Let's go to the actual layout of the screen. So let's go to the wish screen. Here's the wish list page. Sorry, traffic. So we want to add a top bar. So we do actually have a top bar at the moment. I have this top nav. Now this top nav was made for the home screen. I don't think it's not the same layout at all. So I think we can forget. Here it is in the background. I think we can forget about reusing it, but there's no reason why we can't. It's only a few widgets. We can reuse the concept. So let's go to our generic widget section here and create a new widget and call it. The one was called top nav. Maybe we should rename the other one to. Maybe we should this title bar.
I think one is a title, another is a menu style thing. So,
well, I was thinking about maybe we call that the original on the homepage here, like home screen nav or something, because it's only ever used there, or something like that. In fact, that should actually be in there. Should be up there now. So let's move it up. So I try and keep the widgets for a feature within the widgets of that feature, right? For organization. Let's rename this to home navbar. Home nav bar. On navbar. So we have home navbar, and then down here on generic widgets, I'll make a top bar. See if I've got any. I think we're floating around here. Let's tidy things up a little bit. I'm going to get rid of that like print thing. Now, buttons. Alright. No warnings, that's good. Let's get back to where we were. Navbar. So I'm going to make a copy of our home navbar and change it to top navbar. And then we're going to get rid of our category press, filter press, something like that. Get rid of all these since they're not here. We want to do our overlay icons, have the icon theme, have our top padding. And yes, we have a. Do we have a column? No, I mean, like we just have a padding with a row. So we can change this to row. With a wrapped intrinsic height. And let's get rid of the rest. Don't need that. Okay, and get rid of the top category bar. That's fine. Okay. Top nav bar ends up being this, and then inside our top nav bar we want a centered. I guess this is always centered, so we probably do actually want a stack.
It's the same functionality as the app bar, no? Like, do we need to navigate back from here? We will.
No, I'll show you how we do that. That's pretty straightforward. If we do a stack here, and then do, so we'll do align widget, alignment center left, and the child of that is a back button. Now we'll come back to that in a second, and we also want a text widget, which is going to have our title. So it looks like we always have a title. Depending on what I'm doing, if I was to normally put text in, I would just do it as a string. And it's what I will do here. But there's reasons why you might use a widget, because you might want to introduce more bits of UI. And when you're stuck with a string, it's more difficult. However, you know, it then puts the burden of putting text or other widgets onto the caller unnecessarily if you always know it's going to be a string. So if I was to do more of a library object, maybe that would be, I would definitely be choosing widget, because I don't know what someone's going to use it for. And it's not, you know, just in my scope. But since this is just scope for what we're doing, I think having a string is fine. So I'll put our style in. Right, and then on the right-hand side, another align. This is not perfect, and I'll explain why in a second, but it will do the job for what we need. So we'll probably want actions. And they're going to be optional. It's going to be a list of widget. There's an example of something that I don't know. Do we want text? Do we want a button? Do we want a different type of thing? And inside here, we can just bring those actions in, which is quite nice. Oh, this is not available. Of course, protect that here. And then okay. On the left-hand side, there's a condition we actually want to add to this as well, and this is can pop. And if we can pop, then we want to show a back button. And we're going to do can pop. So this is the bit that you were probably thinking about. So if we go look at app bar, the key is go look at how the current widgets are made, like that you want to use. So here you'll find there's automatically imply leading true, which is what they mean. This is automatically imply the back button. It explains it in the documentation. If we go find out how that's being used, we'll find that in here, oh look, can pop. What's all this about? And if we follow it down, if use close button is set, then we use a close button or a back button widget. Can pop, parent root, can pop, and parent root is just modal route of. So what we actually end up here is, if I go back to our top nav, we do a modal route of, and then we have these two, can pop, use close, those, bring them in, and we can choose to condition this a different way here. Let's simplify this. get our parent root. And it says if it's a page route and it's a full screen dialog, then we want to use a close button. And can we pop? So here, let's put this in here and say.
Hey, Simon, we did have a question a lot earlier about just walking through the code you have to show what the flow is. I don't know if you want to do that like at the end and summarize everything we just did, or
Yeah. I mean, there's not much to it right now. So, but yeah, we'll definitely do that. Also, I'd say refer to the beginning of yesterday's show where we did that. If we did it on every show, a lot of the show time is going to be taken up by doing that, and not a lot by producing it. So
yeah,
rather than wasting our time going over and over the same thing, I prefer if we could do that today's show. So yeah, do you know what? Take a look at the beginning of yesterday's show. I think that would be the better approach. All right, so back to our wishes page. Now we can put top nav bar. What's the title? Wish list. Has actions. Have a text button. And that's going to have text of select. Now, let's see what happens, I guess. Why is this a problem? Invalid constant, oh yeah. All right. Let's see. Okay. It's a bar, and it's not in the right place. That's because of this. So main axis, cross-axis center. Let's get rid of those. It's always cross-axis alignment stretch. I did this yesterday. I say it again. Whenever you put a column, think stretch first because it's normally the default in the behavior that you want. Right. Okay, we have a bar at the top. This is good. It looks crap. Let's fix that. So how to fix this? So two things. It's dark. So normally this would be fine because the normal text theme is correct. Now we could just make that blue. We can definitely override the style here for our text button, which is probably the most appropriate place for this because probably don't want all the highlights to go away. So we could say foreground colors white. Okay, that works. Why are they not aligned correctly? Let's figure that one out. So intrinsic height stack, center left, center right. Let's say fit, stack fit, expand. Let's go debug this because that doesn't feel right to me at all. Error on that one. Okay. Our select is on the left. Because main axis size equal max, and we're being flexible with that size. Min, perfect. Okay, so there is, I think there's a title there, but it's black. So let's just validate that with making it white. Maybe just limit it to white, I don't know. Definitely there. Now we've got expand, it's not centered, so still not centered. Because our alignment is not centered by default. Okay. All right, fixed. Back. Okay, and then let's set our title size as well. There is another way of handling some of this with theming. Let's see what I've got in here. Once we're here, so we have an 18 SP, 400 weight. Oh, I thought it was more heavy than that. It's the font that's being used. And we're not using the same fonts at the moment, so maybe that's something else we should get in the Gotham narrow. Let's just leave it at 700 for now. All right. What else do we need to make these look the same? If I can. That's about as close as we're going to get, I guess. All right. Okay, so let's get the items in. I'm not sure what I want to do with that. But with the select feature, let's take a think about that in a second. Right. So, all right. So we have our top nav. Then we want an expanded rest of the view. And have a list view dot builder. Right. I mean, that's good enough. And it's going to have an item count of how many items we have in our wish list. So we need to go get that. So wish list repo dot current wish list items dot nth. We want to listen to the wish list changes, which we kind of want to do for the entirety of the screen. So let's wrap most of the UI in a stream builder. And let's put stream wish list, stream wish list items, initial state, wish list repo, current wish list items. Simple. Final wish list equals snapshot acquired data. It's always going to be data. List of string. So there's the next thing that we I think we're failing on. So this actually might go back to the flow of data stuff that we're just talking about. So what we could be doing here is actually bringing in the products based on their ID, which is probably more practical. Let's get down here and let's get the item, just a list of things displaying, and then we can come back to. So we'll take return text. There we go. Oh, it's a set, isn't it? So we want to list. Okay, one. Go back to the home screen, take the shoe, go back to the wish list, hoodie and shoe. That's working well enough. I did notice something else here. So you notice there's a gap. And this is actually a common problem that people have. So let me explain this one. There's a little gap there above, if I show you, a little padding put above. I did not put that padding in there. That padding came from list view. My default list view takes the padding from media query, which is correct behavior because normally it's at top level. So we actually want to remove view padding like this, specify the context, and to remove top in this case. Now when I hit save, you don't have that padding. So that's kind of a common case problem that people see, that I see from people. We're going to swap that with parent because expanded changes parent data, and because media query remove view padding is doesn't actually imply any render object. This still applies to the column. So if you go look at the way these things work, or is it expanded, is it flexible? If you don't know, it's a parent data widget, and that's how it tells the parent that of some specific behavior about this child, and that can be at any point on the tree going underneath. There's no render object in between. Anyway. All right, so yeah, and that bottom padding that you see there is the one for this bottom bit down here with the home button. And again, if we wanted to, we can remove that as well. What we can also do, actually might be more practical, is not remove that, but instead, if I go, there's a couple of different ways of doing this, but I just explained. So this bottom nav, we can actually get the height of the bottom nav and this bit at the bottom and say that's the bottom padding of the view padding. Pass it down the tree, replacing the current view padding for each of the pages. And then that bottom bar can disappear and or be semi-translucent, and still the content would go above it correctly. We don't have that, so I won't bother with it right now, but that's how you can modify that. Okay, so we have a list of strings. Whoop-de-doo. How do we take that? How do we take this further? We actually want a list of objects. So we've got a couple of options here. We can say off that. There we go. So for each item in here, we can go look up that item in the products repo and use the cache of products there and have like a lookup function. Then we have the data we need to display the widget. Or we can have it so that our streams of current wishlist item return a product. But that's the same lookup still happens, but it happens on the back end in the data, which I think is a slightly better approach. So I think we'll do that. So this again is a little change to departure from what we're doing right now. So the fact that we have a set is great for storage and our sort of, do we already have one or not? But it doesn't matter for our return values. So this return value can still be a list. It's a list. And that means our controller is going to take a list. Now, again, this now takes a product item. So we're going to return a stream of product items. And now we need to go fix up what we broke. Let's go do that. And so to get a current set of items, take our current items and say map, and for each one, we want to go look it up. So that'd be like products repo dot products or something. Fetch product with the ID, right? So let's go to, first of all, let's make that function because we need it. And then also we need to pass it in as a dependency. So this now has a dependency on the product repo, hence dependency injection. We'll pass that through. And that here. Create that method, and we want to return a product item. We have an empty state for product item. Oh, let's add that. Basically, an empty product. So this is kind of rather than you had for null safety. Think about not returning null anyway, right? If you can avoid it, do it, and that's what we're doing here. So we're saying like you have a none, right? So this is a this is what you call a sentinel value. Is the appropriate name for this? It's a placeholder. It's something that says, okay, this means none, right? But it's still a valid response for that type of object. And then we can also directly compare it and say this is what this should be. So we're saying that all these fields are required. So we'll just have these be blank strings in this case, right? Why not? We could have things like we could also have like maybe a placeholder graphic, so that when a product is for some reason not there, it can't be resolved, you get at least something on the screen. Anyway, so that's good. So we have a none now. So instead of returning back a nullable value, which is what I was going to do, we can say this product ID, let's be clear. Actually, we can say ID. We add a dot comment. Fetches, finds product from the top level product cache. ID. And then this is obviously the simple products dot first. And then we have we say product ID. By the way, this little thing that we run is called a predicate. For those that don't know. Have an or else parameter, and it will run this function to return the or else value. This is going to be our product item dot none. That's kind of a nice simple function. I'm also going to make this products. I don't want things manipulating this product outside of this class. So we're also going to return this as unmodifiable. So that's great, that works. We'll look at products to start up. Could be final, sure, for now. Okay, so coming back to where we were, now we have that, we should be able to map our items. Current wishlist items. Okay, this is a list of product item now. List. And our stream, same thing. We can just map each item in our stream. That's kind of interesting, actually, to send that. So our stream can actually be a list of product items. Yeah. Okay. And when we want to add to our stream, we need to just add the current wishlist items. So this, since we've modified wishlist, this processes it. All of these are going to be doing this, so we can now just make a function in here, something like init wish list does this, and then we can call that in various locations. All right, so with that change, oh yeah, our argument type. So contains, I suppose we want to say any now. We have product. Oh, here's it even better. I mean, we did contains, right? So, I mean, we could do it this way, and it will stop on the first one. It's very similar to contains, to be honest. However, if we make our product item, we have it over in equals, we can have it just compare the ID, and then contains would also work. I'm going to do it this way for now. All right, we're back to where we were now. So now we're omitting product items. probably broken a few things, so let's sort that out. Product item list. This is why I type, right? But when we have the types, rather than just accepting the new type and breaking, it's warning me that there's a problem, right? I need to fix my types because now something's changed, right? That's quite important. Okay, so anyway, down here now we have title. We can do that. So rather than skew, which is what we just had before, we have the title. Now we need to go fix the. Oh, we have an issue with backend somewhere. Oh yeah, now we have a dependency on our product repo. We could have passed it in. In-house app startup. And wishlist button is what I thought I would expect to see a problem, but it looks like that's not a problem. So we pass the product item in, right, and then it just handles the balls, and that hasn't changed. All right, so restart. Let's go back. Now we have the names. That's great. So now we can work on this tile kind of looking UI. Let's bring that down. See both. Yeah. All right. So what have we got there? We got like a gray box, light gray box with the image, followed by the fields. So let's go take a start from our, was it product card or something? I can't remember what we called it now.
I think it was product card. Yeah.
So essentially, want something similar to this. Hasn't really changed. So I think we'll take this as a base. Let's copy this.
I think it's just orientation now, so should be pretty much similar.
The hierarchy is getting a little deep. Do you think you want to show how to refactor a widget out of the middle of that?
Which hierarchy? Sorry, what was that? What?
All of them. Anything that's indenting like 20 levels, like that stuff.
That's not a lot of hierarchy. We're talking about. Oh, missing a comma. Oh, there you go.
Okay. There was some that looked a little longer, but okay.
No, it's not. There's not a lot going on here.
I thought just as an education point.
We have a look at product card. I mean, to be honest, they're not. No.
Okay. All right. Just a suggestion from the peanut gallery over here.
Let's go. Wish list. Item. Wish list item. So we'll reuse this right now. Then we'll modify it. So for each one of our widgets, we'll put one of these wish list items in. Pressed. Sure. Oh, yeah. Okay. We should see our cards from last time now. Okay, we should probably have a restore state. We could also talk about that. Okay. Well, that's nice that they actually just work like that. Actually, I think we kind of have a bug in there. Let's just check. I think those aren't set to cover. Hang on. Box fit. Okay, yeah, so let's put that on the card. That's my product card. Fixed on. You won't notice on here because we're laying them out square and the images are square, but if they happen to change their aspect, then that would be a problem. Right, back to where we were. So wish list item. how do we want to lay these out? So we want an image on the left. So let's convert our column to a row. We don't need to stretch on that cross-axis on this one. Now, we do want an aspect ratio of a square, so that's fine. And then after the right of that, we want it to be expanded to fill the rest of the room. So that we want a column. The vertical things. So we can bring back all our vertical logic in here. Let's bring it up. Save and see how it looks. We broke our layout to be expected. Right. This probably relates to our expanded stretch. So let's run this in intrinsic hub. So the reason why that failed is it was trying to do a square aspect, but there was no height for it to aspect against. It was infinite in both directions. I didn't need to look at it's what the log would have told us somewhere. I've restarted again since then. But intrinsic height here is basically said, okay, measure out how big you want to be. This would have been like the minimum size, and then we basically got the size of all the stuff on the right hand side. Then when it goes to layout in full, it allows the stuff on the right hand side, and then it will always lay this out to be square to match the height. And that's what we're doing here. All right. Until 12. Good. And let's put all padding. Okay, so here's the next one. We want, okay, so here's quite a common problem. We want a gap between the items to be, it's hard to see probably on here, but they want that gap there, and they're saying 20 on here. So I'm going to use slightly different measurements of 16, but we want the same amount to be from the top and left. So if we use 16 like we're doing now, this, because each item is wrapped in 16, this gap between it is 32. So rather than doing it on each item, we can say horizontal, this is correct behavior here, horizontal 16. Now that just puts the 16 left and right. We put our vertical at half of this, back to where we were, vertical padding 8. And then at the top and bottom of our list view, and this means that we now add padding. This is why it's here on the list view of vertical padding 8. So basically, half the padding on the top is outside, half the padding on the bottom is on the outside of each view, but each view still contributes when it should. Now, and there's always going to be the same margin between, because the double of the 8 is the 16, which is what we want. We could,
if you actually wanted a decoration between them, you'd have to use separated by, right?
You can do it without that. I might make this a bit bigger, actually. I might make it 24. Now let's see if we can match. Our spacing is not the same as the original, and that's why we're also not the same sort of size. So remember, the aspect ratio on the left is always going to be square and always cover correctly. We also don't want our wishlist button in there. Let's get rid of that. That also means we can probably get rid of our stack. That. So so we want like an extra gap between these two, and then the cost on the two costs underneath each other. So let's bring that text out. Up. Okay. Now we've got horizontal padding here of 4. Do that as well. We have our 4 texts going vertically. There's a slight 4 at the top, and we want a slight 4 at the bottom. And this pads it in from the edges. And then we want, after our subtitle, another gap. Let's put 8 there. See how this looks. That's looking pretty good. I feel like the main price here is a bit larger than the price underneath, right? Let's size that thing. Yeah. All right. So now on the right-hand side of our expanded column, we want to put our checkbox. So let's put, I think it's an SVG. We already pre-prepared the assets. Assets dot class. Now, what did we call it? That is the question. Oops. Take a look. Category icons, icons. Check empty and check filled. That sounds like what I want. Bingo, look at that. In there, just like that. All right, so we have our touch area. I find that 12 is probably a bit too aggressive. Let's make that 8. We can probably make this little card widget and extract that, as Randall was saying. 8. Maybe even 6. Now we want a bit of. Okay, so here's another interesting layout problem. So although our checkbox is here, we probably want the checkbox to be as something that most people don't realize. So you have like an optical touch area. That is like the area that you want to touch. You want to be as big as possible, right? So if I was just to put a icon, a button straight around sort of a touch area around our little button here, it would just be that area. And as you can see, the area of the widget on the outside goes to here. What we actually want to do is take our wish list item here. Instead of doing a horizontal padding, we do left padding 24. This means that the item now goes to the right, to the far edge, right? And then inside our item, we wrap our checkbox and inkwell. Oops. In this case, it's a round object, which is better for an ink response. Very similar thing, just slightly different. On pressed, on tap. And then what we can do around our SVG asset now, see what happens if we add all margin 24. So it's now in the right place, but the touch area is that much bigger around the outside edge, right? It's not just this bit where it's highlighted. If I show you on the thing, you'll see it goes right to the very edge. So you've got this whole area which the user can now touch. This entire blue area as well as the icon, right? Which is definitely better, right? All right. So let's put fixing in here for a second. Let's see. So we want, I think, tapping on an item. Tonight, I feel like there's probably now room. Now we've moved it over to the right. It kind of feels a bit weird having the splash go to the edge. So let's bring in our row at the very beginning here of a horizontal margin. The horizontal margins, I did show this last show, they're just size boxes. That's what they are. Size boxes. I guess anyone's wondering what these things are. So if we bring that in there, we can get rid of our left padding. And because it's on the inside of the inkwell, it now goes across the screen. And yeah, I think that's slightly better. I think it works. We have the different. So yeah, we could add. if I like it or not. So what's happening here, by the way, is that the touch ripples down to the material surface beneath. So if we wrap this in a material surface, the ink response will be limited to this area. You can see how that goes like that. You know what? I think I like it as it was. So let's get rid of the material. Okay, so now we want to check them, right? So when we tap them, it checks them. Let's get our buttons in at the bottom. So if I go and add these products and go back, there they are. That's nice. All right. So I think we want to add these buttons at the bottom now. So this, again, we start going to OK. So go on.
Well, yeah, we got a couple of relevant questions here.
Sure,
So
go for it.
in these situations, should we be thinking about performance when using intrinsic widgets?
No, there you go. So the difference, let me be very brief about intrinsics. Intrinsics, yes, they talk about measurement. There's an expectation there about it has to do with almost like a layout pass. It's called intrinsic layout pass. It's slightly different. It's called a dry layout, but it has to do that pass to get the size to then work out how to do the rest. That's why it says it's going to be more expensive. Don't just wrap your entire UI in intrinsics. That's what they're saying, because every time it has to do a layout, it's going to have to maybe do that. I'll know that up front. But it's not overall. It's not an impactful thing like for each item to have, for example, and it's how you get the correct layout. If I was to do this, let me just show you this. If I was to do this layout with, if I wrap the item, let's wrap the page. In fact, no, I'll wrap the item in a default text style merge. Nope, that's not the one I want. Yeah, no, I can do this. I should be able to do this from top level. Let me do that. Hang on. If I wrap the top up here with a media query, and inside that media query widget, we go and say the data of our parent. Copy with. I'm going to override the scale, text scale factor, and don't do this, by the way. Don't change the text scale. The thing that you need to change, actually, they haven't introduced it yet. There's a new. Actually, I think it's default text style now. I think about it. Let me just check. I'm just curious here. Just to let people know, there's a new parameter being added for text scale called text scale delta. Anyway, if you need to modify the text scale, use text scale delta, which basically means you're not overriding the user's choice of text scale. It just applies it additionally to it, which again may not be what you want. Anyway, for the moment, I just want to show you this. So if someone does change their text size, watch what happens if I go up to like 1.2. It says, and it fails. 1.3. Is a bug in our layout then? So the idea, by the way, is that it's going to get the intrinsic height of the text and then size that accordingly, which it actually has done. And the problem we've actually got is that of one of the max. Let me explain what's going on here, just so that you understand what's triggering this in the layout. So let me do this first of all. Max line 1, and it's all magically fixed. This is because the intrinsic size of a text cannot account for the width, because when it counts for the width, but it's going to be the width of the entire row because the aspect ratio is not taken up in its size. So when it actually goes to lay it out, though, the second pass, it's going to go, okay, aspect ratio of 1 for this image is this big, but the thing takes up a lot more. So what you normally do to do these layouts properly is what we've done here, essentially max line 1, which is fine for these kind of things. But then what you want to do is do a minimum lines. I normally make a widget for minimum lines. And what you're doing is you work out based on the default. There's a bunch of things you can do. So really release it as a widget now I think about it. But or maybe get into the framework. But you basically want to reserve enough space for 2 lines always, which is not the same as max lines 2, right? If I did max lines 2, it just says you can have 2 lines, but it doesn't reserve that. That means the intrinsic height is always going to be incorrect. Anyway, so right now this works, but obviously we're limited to 1 line. So if I go back to our those errors, if I go back to the here and change the scale factor again, it'll always be correct now, right? But it's always going to be limited to 1 line and not make things bigger. Now, again, as you know, we said square, right, for the aspect ratio, but we haven't put a limit on the size. When the font size changes, do we want the image size to change? Probably not. So we can actually approach the layout differently and say, okay, let's, where is it? There was actually wrap this in a box, in a constraint box, and you can say box constraints dot max width, say 64, 72.
All right, Simon, we need to say goodbye to Sumit for a minute here.
Oh, thanks, Sumit. Sorry.
Yeah, just wanted to get some dinner, guys. So.
Oh yeah.
I can jump back again if I come back.
Yeah, please do if you want to. Yeah.
And Simon, just a reminder: commit this code. If you.
Yeah, it's all getting committed. It's all getting. Yesterday's was committed. This will get committed as well.
Yeah. All right.
He's committed to commitment.
I'm committed to it.
You're committed to commitment.
So we'll do cross-axis alignment stretch here. We've got intrinsic height. This means we'll take that model, you can see. Now, and then a line widget here. So this is, again, just this is what most layouts need, and most layouts don't get. Once you've got your layout right, you need to go look at it on different screen sizes, different text font scale factors, different stuff like that to actually get it right. All right, so that's probably what we want to do. Let's make this maybe a bit bigger, 96. Was that too big?
And this is sort of a follow-on in a different angle, but I think you might have just answered it, but I think I also know the answer to this.
Go on.
It's a question that's on the screen, or you can. Sorry.
Are you using a package of horizontal? No, it's right here. That's it. There's you go. There's your package. The source code is available for this. It's in my talk for Flutter tips and tricks. Let me get you a link if I can find it. Hang on, bear with. In the chat for you. Here you go, and it's in the live chat somewhere. I think, hopefully. I'll pop into photos. It came through twice. There you go. So yeah, you can get it from my GitHub repo. Free to use it. All right. Again, like there's some other things in here. I've also added a little extension to merge multiple margins together. But padding is really helpful as well. An empty widget. Don't use blank containers, please. Right. Okay, so now we go back to our text scale factor, bring this down. So as I bring it down for 2, 1. So 1 by 1, it's correctly laid out as we expect. And then when we start getting larger, okay, that makes sense. Right. There's actually somewhat of a slightly better way of doing this, but I think I might do 1, 2. better. Right. Back to where we were now. So we want to do the bottom buttons, and then we'll come back and do our check marks, and then we'll make them operational with the bottom buttons. All right. So we need these bottom buttons that are floating around. Are there any more questions, by the way? Sorry. No. Just before I carry on. Take that as a no, since no one's speaking. All right. So buttons. We will make some generic buttons, I guess. So what I might do, I'll make the buttons in the wishlist screen, and then the idea here is that if we need to pull them out and reuse them, we can. All right. Do we need? Let's have a look at the designs. Do we have? Oh, we do. We have our add checkout button. Checkout add to cart. We have these buttons here, I guess. Subscribe. Yeah, okay. So these buttons are quite everywhere. All right. So let's go and where are we? Here we are. Sorry for bumping around. Right. So we want to work on this kind of button layout. Let's make 2 widgets. So we got our expanded. We have our list view. That's interesting. Doing like a gray panel with the line. Okay, we can do that. In fact, we could probably do a thing where when if you're not in select, if once you select one, then they like animate up on the screen, make it a bit fancy. All right, for the minute, let's get in there. So we want a piece of material. We want a piece of material. No, we can do it without that. We want a box decoration. And it's going to be sorry, a decorated box. Decorated box. The box decoration, and that's going to have color. Whatever this color is. Yes. F6, 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 eh? Okay. I think we'll probably, I think I've got some of these already recorded in the theme. So we'll check that. No. All right. So we get a chance now. Let's add a top level color. Let's call it light gray. F6. 6. Gray. I'll put it into the app theme if we actually need it in the theme. What else do we have here? The line. Does that? Oh, it's separate. Okay. Is it drop shadow? Inner shadow. Okay, I'm very confused now. So off. Okay, so it's an inner shadow apparently. Well, I'm not going to do it like that. We're going to do a border. Have a top border side with a color. The wider color or something. It looks like. All right, so then that's our decoration. We want these buttons. Right, let's get these buttons in there. Oh. How do we want to do this? Let's see if our panel works with a sized box. 6. Okay, there's our panel, there's our little line, so that's working. About the right size too. We won't put a fixed size in there. And I said, this is the same as before. Avoid fixed sizes, because if your text scale changes, then it gets cropped and you get like all sorts of weird issues, right? Yeah. We'll remove that 96 in just a second. Right. So here we want a horizontal margin 24. Full margin actually on this. So padding, and then yeah, let's do it expanded. Our button. Let's just go for an elevated button right now, just for testing. Maybe it works. Maybe we'll do what we want. If we want to, like, here's the thing: either use material design and use material design buttons and things and features, or don't use material design and do it yourself, right? If you mix and match them, you're going to be playing whack-a-mole with the theming and everything else. You're going to be like, oh, I can't do that material design. Now I'll make a custom widget, and you'll be fine the widget. You'll be fine the widget system and the theming system and everything else. When if you just did your own widgets, you don't have a problem. So we'll say remove. Let's do the next icon of by now. In between, we'll have a horizontal margin 24, and then around all of this, full margin 24. Right. So now I'll get rid of the size box, and we should have something. Okay, we have 2 buttons that you can hardly see. Okay, that's good. It's a start. All right, so let's make this custom button. Button. So that's good naming. And have a label, and it's going to have an optional icon. Yeah. Okay.
So you have a question that might be a good place to answer this.
Go for it. What's the question?
It says, yesterday I discovered sized box expand, and I'm wondering what's the exact difference to expanded? Is the difference is that expanded adjusts to a flex size of its parent container?
Okay.
Yeah. Got that one. So
sizebox.shrink and sizebox.expand do 2 things. When the constraints, so there's a page. Let me get this page for those that don't know. Great page that I worked on with. His name, Randall. Randall was there as well when we worked on this. This will take him back. Hang on.
I'm trying to remember one of the 7,200 times I've worked with you. Oh, this one, yes.
So constraints go down, sizes go up, parent sets position is a phrase that we had as a mantra all the time when we were trying to work out the layout system. So understanding constraints was done by a guy in the community. Oh God, his name's on here somewhere. Oh look, there's my name. Marcelo. Yeah, Marcelo Glassberg. And at the very beginning, we were trying to work out how the layout system works, right? This is what you need to read, right? And the way this whole thing is laid out is it's like a conversation, right? So it explains the principles, and then you have the parent says this, widget says this, parent says that, widget says this, parent says that. And it kind of helps you understand like the layout system and how it works. And there's a bunch of examples that you can see, show pictures of how it works, right? And then if you want to, you can just go into Dartpad and play around with these concepts, right? So I won't go into explaining it all right now, but the point here is sizebox.expand basically takes the parent constraints, which are loose constraints. That is, It has a minimum of like 0, 0 and a maximum of like, I don't know, whatever the maximum is, 100 by 100 or whatever, right? And what it's saying is the minimum becomes the maximum. In other words, forcing it to be tight constraints. So expanding it, so that means anything inside has to fill the area. That is therefore what expand does. So it adjusts the constraints coming down so that the child always has to fill the container. Whereas shrink is the opposite, right? You're making it loose constraints. This is how you can force constraint changes down the tree. You can also just do what I just did then a minute ago. If you missed that, I was put a constrained box widget in your hierarchy, and you can override the box constraints. And that's another way you can do that. Just add a max width or a min width or whatever, max height, min height.
What I always thought was missing is there's no way to kind of do what Sizebox is doing behind the scenes for the tight versus loose. Is that which way does it bias it if it could be anything in that list? That always seemed like there should also be a
what do you mean? Sorry, can you?
Well, if you give something that it can go anywhere from 50-50 to 200-200, it can say anything it wants I guess it kind of depends on the child, and the child really picks whether it's 50 or 200. Yeah.
Constraints come down. The child chooses. What was the thing we just had? Oh my god, I've just forgotten the mantra already. Constraints go down, sizes go up. So the idea is the constraint of what you can be, minimum and maximum, comes down, but the child reports the size. The size goes back to the parent, but the parent chooses where it is in the parent, right? And so the parent does the layout of the child. So, but then this goes down, so that child then becomes the parent for its children, and then it can again change the constraints on its children, gets the size from its children, and then it moves the position of those children around. So it does kind of explain a bit more. All right, so coming back to the original question. The original question was around Sizebox or expand, but also around the fact that what is expanded? Expanded literally is about flexible and flexes, and this only relates to flexible widgets. That is flex widgets. That is row and column. And does stack consider the flex widget? I forget. Let's go look. Flex, row, column. There's flexible as well. So we can do. So a little tip for those that don't know. Again, I closed the window, didn't I? Door. Put on my door. Those that don't know, if you go to the API docs and look at any class, just past the top, you should get inheritance and also implementers. And as you can see here, row and column. This means only row and column implement for the flex. And then flexible. And flexible is basically saying, I want loose constraints for my child. And then expanded is saying you want tight constraints for your child. But the reason why they're different from the other ones are that the layout algorithm from row and column is explained here. This is the layout algorithm of flex, which basically says each child that doesn't have a flex factor is asked for its bounded width or height, depending on how it's been laid out in the cross-axis first. Then the remaining space left over in the parent is then split between the flexible widgets. And that remaining layout is split up based on the fractions of what you've got. So when you give a flexible widget like an expanded, it has a default flex factor of 1. That's what its flex is here. It comes down to being a flex of 1. So if all the expanders are the same, they're all going to get an equal amount of that remaining space of the row or column. Whereas if you put a flex factor of, let's say, 2, and you had 3 widgets on the screen, so you had one with a flex factor of 1, one with a flex factor of 2, well, that's 2/3, right? Because the total amount of flex is 3, and one has 2, the other has 1. So that kind of makes sense. So again, it's based on like the fractional amount. A nice way of dealing with flex as well, if it confuses you, rather than using fractions, is just put them all as percentages. So you can say if you put 50-50 in both, then funny enough, they're both equal to 50 and 50. So they're both going to be 50% each. And if you put 75 in one and 25 in the other, they're both total 100, and one's going to be 75%, one's going to be 25%. So
it's all great until you want to get 1/3 because you can't type 33.33.
Well, you can get close enough.
Yeah, it's 33 or 34.
It's still that's why that's why the factors are there, right? Like to be honest. But yeah, you get the point. Like,
3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3. It's 6 6 6 6 6.
All right, so let's get back to these buttons.
Or just 1 and 2.
All right, button. So we want an unpressed as well. Void callback. Unpressed. Optional. If it's optional, it means it's disabled, and this way you can disable a button when something's being processed. So you don't press it twice, that kind of thing. All right, let's replace this up here with app button, and have this as label. And then we want colon. All right, then why is it complaining? Because it's required. Oh, I did put it's required. Nope. All right. I just keep these in order that I normally specify them. Child is normally last. In this case, the label is last because it's the child, the content. All right. Do we have icons? I think I have icon assets for these. So we have a remove part icon by. I guess that's right. All right. So let's try it. Icon. Remove by. Okay. Now, what do we want to do in our widget? Oh, we need a piece of material, so we get a lovely splash effect, since that's what I want in the app. You can base the color of this on one thing. However, what we can also do, instead of asking it to draw, type transparency, inside of our thing, we use an ink widget. We have a decoration, which is a box decoration. And we'll put our color in there. What is our color? I might do this in just a second. Get the right buttons. Gray 90. We're going to go through this again. Is that it? 33333? Sounds about right. Constant color 0x3D. And then inside of that, we want our text widget with our label. Put the style on this. Looks like an 18. Wait. We'll take a look at some of this in a second. Right, let's see how this looks. It doesn't look like anything. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Something went wrong. All right, so let's go take a look back. So we have our decoration. This is correct. App button looks good. Material, ink, text looks good. Look at padding in there. got bigger, so they're there. Is our ink not being it's maybe because it's type transparency? That's a good point. That would actually say it's white on a white background. The text is there. So okay, let's just validate that. The idea concept is right here. Let's put black. Right. Yes, up there. Let's go back to white. So that's kind of interesting. I learned something new. The ink decoration is not being applied because it's material type transparent. I was thinking I can optimize out the fact that it draws default color. So apparently not. So I guess we'll just leave it with the default, which is canvas, I think. No color by default. Yes. That's what I want. Save. The world blows up. Right, what did I do wrong? What did we do wrong? Let's find out. I don't see a problem. Material type transparency. If material type transparency, a color must either be passed through. Ah, okay. So it's because it's not given a default color, so we have to specify color. That's yeah, okay. I don't like that. Let's just do the default. Right. Hey, hang on a minute. Wait, what? What's going wrong here? Oh, I'm an idiot. Look. Okay, it does work. Let me explain what I just did wrong. Let's just see. But it's right. Yes, it is. Okay, so I put 33333 as the color. This is correct if it's just RGB, but it's a RGB alpha. So by default, that means I'm putting 0 as the alpha channel because I didn't specify it. So it should be FF, which is fully opaque. We can see it. Otherwise, it's drawing our lovely color. And yeah, so someone else picked this up on the channel just now. There you go. So there you go. That's that lovely issue that we just found. Right, moving on. So we want a border radius. Border radius dot all radius. Let's go. What was it? 6. Look at the designs in just a second. Let's see. Really? 6. Okay, we have a corner radius of 6. All right, let's do this. Say horizontal padding 16 plus padding 4. Yeah, we'll come back to that in a second. Let's get our icon in there. So we'll replace our text with a row. Main axis size min by default. And then next to it, if we have an icon asset, we want to add our icon in there. In this case, it's always going to be an SVG. So you can do things like you can pass in, rather than passing a string in, you can pass in, I've done this before in Flutter, that's where I made like an asset class. And it defines if it's an SVG asset or a PNG or some other different type. And then based on what type of asset it is, it will use a different widget. And then you can actually, I made an image asset widget of my own, app image asset or something. And it based on that asset, the type of asset is, it would load a different child widget, right? So there's ways of managing your own assets and the way wherever you want to do it. Right, in this case, icon asset is always going to be that. All right, so save. So what do we get? All right, we get some icons. All right, let's make that padding a lot more. Right.
Did you fix this? I didn't catch that. Your color's wrong.
Bear with. All right, let's now.
Never mind.
Never mind. Okay, I can do never mind. This is the color thing. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So the gap, yeah, the gap in between is a bit smaller, but that's you can sort that out. They feel taller, don't they? I feel like there's a different amount in the height here. It's 12 too much though. Maybe I should be putting a little bit more on the width as well. We got a non-consistent width. Okay, that looks about right. Okay, so now we want to have a style, and we can have like a normal. Let's see. What do our normal buttons do? Oh, well, I'm clicking on them and it's not doing anything because I didn't put anything in there. So let's do that. Inkwell on tap. Actually, let's feed in the on pressed. Okay, so now we get our lovely touch ripple on our button. Very nice. And we probably want our border decoration on. So there's a little mistake here, actually. It's going to be very hard for you to see on the stream, so apologies. The ripple actually is going to be going off the corners of our rounded button. In fact, if I make the rounded button like a lot more rounded, I don't know if that's noticeable on the stream. What I can do as well is make out splash color. I think it's splash color. Colors dot orange. Now you can see. Oh, let's put the highlight color. Which will stay. So now you can see it's square. It's lost its rounded edges. There's two ways you can deal with this. One is we put our border radius on. We can take it from here, put it on our material, and then tell our material to clip. Now that works, and it can be a valid thing to do in a lot of situations. However, it means that it's still painting all those pixels, but then they're getting removed, and a lot of clipping can slow down performance. So rather than doing that, why don't we just say our radius down here? We'll leave that deep orange in there for a second. Hang on. We take our radius out of here. I'm going to move it into the theme because I think we'll feel like we're using it a few places now. Say at button radius. Now what we do is we go to our inkwell, and it has a parameter called custom border, a rounded rectangle border, and it asks for the border radius, and we can put our border radius in. And what this is doing is telling it the shape of what it needs to paint for our inkwell, that's for the splash, should be limited to that shape. Now when I click, look, it's only painting to the edges, not painted outside of our rounded edges. However, we're not clipping, which is more performant. All right, so now we can get rid of our deep orange, and we want to take this color, move it up top here, button color. Like our, well, that's not the right color. I feel like it should be the same as this color. Gray 90. Is it the same or is it different? Hard to tell. It looks different down here on the bottom. I feel like I should probably be using the other one. Do we actually have that color on our theme? We do. App bar color. Right. Let's get it from our theme instead. App theme. So those that are wondering, the app theme is just a theme extension. And the off, it just gets the extension from the theme. So you do that. All right, save. Right, let's make that app radius back to what I want, which is 6. I'm going to go find this. I think there's a few other places where I specified this yesterday. Find that. Here we go. Wishlist item. So we're going to change it there. So this is going to be app radius. Oh, look, I'm clipping here. There we go. So we can make that change here as well. Actually, there was a reason for this clip, I think, because the image is going to be painting outside of this. I could put a clip just around this, but performance-wise, it doesn't make any difference. So we'll leave that on there. All right, and then the product card, I think had a radius on it of 12. That's wrong. So, all right, and I think that's the same thing because the image. All right, back to us. We have wish list. All right, save. Okay, so we have a button. Okay, the reason for doing that was that what we can now do is add a style. So that's an enum button style. Say regular or highlighted. Highlighted. Style. Regular by default. And then inside the layout, we can then say, okay, well, if it's regular, we're going to paint it with color this. So style is regular. Otherwise, it's not going to have a background color. Okay. 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 Now up here in our layout, we can say our buy button is style highlighted. Back down to our layout. So now if I restart this, we have a black button and a transparent button. Go back to that. There we go. So transparent is not what we want. We want this lovely gradient. And now instead of a color, we can now in that declaration pass a gradient. Now this time it's a reverse condition. We want to say if it's style is highlighted, then we'll linear gradient. I assume that's what that is. We'll work out what we're passing and what that is in a second. A minute. So let's have a quick look at the gradient here. Okay, so from left to right, we have EC7228. I feel like I've done this before in the splash screen. I did a linear gradient in here. That was app color. What do we have? EC7228. That's not the same. F3. I mean, it's not too dissimilar to the F675, but I think we'll just put it on the button and not reuse those colors. So let's do that. But it's similar to this. I did a custom gradient for that matches the things. In this case, we want something similar, but yeah, we'll just put a color straight in here right now. We'll do 0 FF. See if they're used elsewhere, and then we'll move them out. That in our alignment, well, we want to begin. We'll begin on the left, so this is alignment center left. This is where those stops are, the square marks, right? On the design center right. And our left one is this color. Right stop is that color. Const. Okay, restart. Right. Yay. Look at that. We have our buttons. I feel like the buttons are too tall. Just by a fraction. Where's that vertical? Let's put that vertical back to 8. I think I might. We don't have to match design directly. I think we'll go with 8 and 16. I think it's fine with that. Right. So, do we have our splash? We do. Have our splash? We do. Click Pricely. 2 lovely buttons. All right. Let's move this app button stuff out of here and put it back into the app button. Put into app button widget. These are the top level widgets because it's going to use multiple screens and sections and so on. All right, done. Okay, so what's next? So we have our wish list page. We want to do the selection. Oops, I restarted. We're going to do tapping to select, and then also supporting this. I don't think we need to have this all the time. So maybe once one is selected, then the buttons pop up. Do you think that top right should be select all then? I think so.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking so, because otherwise it's already you're selecting by clicking on it. So
yeah, no, that's why I was like, I don't. And maybe if this button at the top triggered the display of the checkboxes, right? So if you tapped on this, then they come up and then you select them. But I feel like it's kind of like clumsy and clunky.
It's like then that would always be necessary. I mean, you're already in this screen. You might as well. You want to flow people as quickly, funnel them as quickly as towards purchase
Exactly.
as you. So make that the absolute easiest path to walk down. Like maybe even having a this only button and go as soon as you click that, you're buying that, and not worry about the selection process in the middle.
So,
but yeah.
All right.
But
So
I like collect all. Like I just won the lottery. I'm buying everything in my wish list. I like that idea.
So this is kind of where we get to decide. So we've been dealing with the idea of what's been in your wish list, and because we need to know that across the application, that's been lifted up into the wish list repo. The products themselves, again, are global, so they've been lifted up. But the state of which one is selected, now that is ephemeral state. That is state just for the screen. So therefore, we place that state in the screen. We don't put that in our wish list repo. All right, let's do that. So selected items equals that string.
Although I could argue that your shopping cart really needs to be a repo.
Yeah, but that's not the state. Yeah, that's my point. So the shopping cart is global state again. It's not just state for the section.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Knowing like this again, the reason why we lifted up the state for the wish list, right? The wish list, knowing which items in the wish list, that is global state. Knowing which one to select on the page so that you can press a couple of buttons, that is ephemeral state.
You're just talking about the mapping on the current page. Yeah. Then there's going to be an action that's going to set those into the shopping cart.
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. Caught up again.
So when we start the wishlist page, we have a blank set of selected items. And then we want a little function bool is selected but item, and oops, we can say pretty similar to our wish list. We'll just say if this contains the item's ID, because we don't need to match on, that's unique per item. And then I guess we want to say set selected product item and bool value or selected maybe. If selected, then we want to ensure that selected items adds item ID. Else we want to make sure that selected items removes item ID, and we can do set state. That should be in set state. All right, so that's going to change our state. We're going to have selected. So now we can toggle it and we can check that state. And we come down to our little list. Oops, too far. Is our wish list item. We want to say, is our wish list item, we want to tell it if it's selected or not. We can do you know what, we can actually make it nullable like that, actually making this nullable. And then if you don't specify it, if it does not equal null, then we add the checkbox, right? Else have a horizontal margin 24. All right, save. So now still got the same layout and everything else, but without the check mark. And then if we go back and we set selected on each item, save, now we get the checkboxes for false. So we guess we want also a handler in here for on selected, on toggle selection. Where is it going? It is. So on toggle selection. Make it optional. It's not required. And if it's not null, then we can call that function. Otherwise, we can't null because click on it. Yeah, and then we want to toggle this on selected, right? So we're saying if it's selected, then you give the filled check mark. I'll actually give the empty check. Oh, because it can be nullable. And
people may be wondering why you're putting those comments in, and it's just to keep the formatting nice.
Yes, that just keeps the formatting nice. I'm keeping it like a
Right.
Yeah.
Good job.
Good job, buddy. Right. Right. So we have an on-pressed, on-color selection item. I think I can have just flip that over to being the set selection. Yeah. So item knows if it's selected or not. So if we make this callback an actual function which takes the item, the boolean value of what it should now be toggled to, it can report back how it should be flipped and selected state. That's a little bit of an interesting one. So we have an exclamation mark at the end because it's nullable, and a not at the beginning to invert the boolean. So it's not very often you see that. And actually, there's a better way we can actually manage this. I keep forgetting. Do you know what? I may do this in another place. If we do the select case, so we say this case all selected. That's something magical that you might not have seen. This dot 3, and basically saying, okay, if selected is a boolean, not null, extract it into a selected variable locally, which is not null, and therefore it can never be null, and we don't need the exclamation marks. This also means that if this was a getter, we would never fall into the trap of the first time it gets called, it returns normal, and the second time it gets called, maybe returns null. So actually, I might. There's a few places where I think we've got that. So let's update that while we're here. Does not equal null. Maybe. Away. I'm pretty sure I've got selected. No, I knew that was saying. Hang on. Oh, let's try and choose. There we go. That's what I want to see. Open find window. All right, so now we can go through and go, okay, icon asset. Here's another one. Okay, so we can take icon asset, case, string, icon asset. Might as well reuse the same name. We could just do asset or call it something else. But get rid of that possibility. Oh, I like getting rid of nulls. So what's
Nulls are evil.
Void callback. So we can now say again case void callback on filter pressed. Next actions case actions. This is a slightly different thing. We're actually reporting a different value. We could do a switch or some other stupid thing, but yeah, it is not needed for this as tertiary. This is fine. And then, yeah, again, this is just the tertiary. That's so back to where we were. Right, I went off on one about cases. So a wishlist item now wants the two parameters. Of funny enough, that matches the behavior of our set selected, so we can pass it over as a reference. All right, we start. See what we get. Wish list. Click. Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah. Nice. So now we want a select all and a deselect all. Or select all function, and what we want to do is a guess. We don't actually have at this level the widget, the list of products for the wish list. So either when we get that come back, we store this wish list in a local state, or we could pass it over to the function. Either way, it's the same difference. I think we'll keep it in the local state. Probably good to have. So we'll make in here a late, not late. We want another. Do we want another one? No, I can just make a blank list. So we'll have a list of var list items is product item list, and then do that in there. And then when we come out, store that here. Let's overwrite it, and we'll use that reference in here. Now, this means that when we go to toggle items, what we want to say is, does selected items already contain all of the items from our wish list mapped for each product element at the ID? Right? If it does, well, they're already selected, all of them, so we want to deselect them all. And then we want to say selected items.clear. Else, selected items.add all wish list items. So since we need the IDs twice, let's filter those out. Final all IDs. That still has to be evaluated twice because this is returns an iterable, which are only evaluated when you actually run it. So we'll say toList, which captures the result. And you run it once when we actually capture it here in toList, and then use that result in these two places. And then again, we want to set state. Wrap all that. All right, so toggle all. Let's add that to the button. I think I'm going to rename that text to select all because. So there we go. Select all, tap it, select all, tap it again, deselect all. So you can do this, and then it's going to prioritize selecting all. So if I deselect two and press select all again, or deselect all when they're all selected. So I feel like that's a good compromise. Select all. All right. And I guess now I'd say what I want to do is have only have this the buttons at the bottom appear when item's at least one item selected. So I'll wrap this in an animated size. Let's get animated widget. And we'll make it a height of 100 milliseconds, let's say, and alignment of the internal when it appears. I'll show you what center looks like, and then I'll show you what each one looks like. All right, so here's the thing. This is interesting. Okay, so we actually want it to, we're having it contribute to the layout at the moment. It's not like hovering over the top of content. So whatever we do in terms of size, it may push up the content above. Now this does scroll, so that's fine. Right now, animate size on its own means that once the size of the content changes, but I don't want to hide the content. I just want it to go away. So I want to force a size. So there's a trick here, and the trick is actually an align widget. So I can say height factor, and this is the height of the child. This is very important. It's the height of the child. So if I say 0.5, half the child's height. If I say, let's say 0.0, so let's see, what have we got going on here? Why center? Why has that done that? Let's see. Bottom center.
Let's just get Boxy. Boxy can fix it.
Boxy will fix this.
Boxy's for everything.
Oh, is it hang on, negative 0.5, negative 1? Doesn't make sense. You've got 0 is the minimum. Why is it still showing something? That's the question. 1.0.
Isn't that the
Oh, you know what?
multiplier?
No. I know why. Hang on. Let me just see what's happening here. Hang on. I think I might know what's going on. Let me just check. 0.5. Definitely being clicked out. Back around animate. So it's reported. So let me be clear about what's happening here. Sorry. So let me change this to 1, and we'll just see if this works. Yes, does exactly what I want. Okay. So now what we'd say is if selected items is empty, then 0.0, otherwise it's 1. That is our magical animation. All done. If I save it, it goes away. I want my thing to be bottom center. Sorry. Let's see. Right, so select all, reveals them, deselect all, hides them. It's interesting that it jumped in height. And that is because my alignment is not set to top center. Just check this. And what was it doing? Yeah, select all, deselect all. Again, let me get the right way around. Hang on. So it comes up correct, and it goes away correct. Okay, there we go. Finally. So there we go. Select all, deselect all. As soon as I select one, up it comes. Deselect all. Any one that's, if as long as not one selected, it goes away. Ah, that's awesome. I like it. Now let's make it faster and give it a curve. Make it feel nice, not linear. So we probably want curved dot.
And it should swoop in from off stage. It should go whoosh, spin in and land there right at the bottom, right? No.
Make it 300. No, I'm not that terrible right now. Right. There we go. Goes out really quick. Comes in, slows down. You can't, it's probably hard to tell on the stream, but it feels nice. All right, so let me explain for those that are playing along at home. So first of all, the line is reporting its height. It'll still count. So first of all, it still paints outside the bounds. So the height of the child is still going to be the height that it naturally is, but the height factor of what it reports and aligns on is going to be less. Right, so that's what we said earlier. When I had it set 0, it was still displayed on the screen. It still paints outside the bounds. Then the animate size changes the size of itself based on the child's reported height. Therefore, when we go to the height factor of 0, it reports as 0, so it squishes down. And when it goes height factor of 1, it opens up. So these are the two things working in tandem. Then what we've got is the clip rect. The clip rect ensures that that painting that happens outside the bounds does not go out the bounds of the screen. I think we might be able to remove this. Let's just see. Maybe I'm wrong.
And we have a question from the chat there.
So the reason why, yeah, I'll take like 2 seconds. The reason why I needed the clip rect for when I was doing it is because of the alignments. So because I've got those alignments set to the top, it's always going to be aligned to the top, which means it's always going to be painted on screen, you know, in bounds, because the rest is painted off screen, off the bottom of the screen. So we don't need to clip it. Cool. So that's kind of a nice little example there. Right. Also, this means that, sorry, just briefly with the animate size, it takes that size of the layout. So if we were to double up the number of items that we had in the list, let's say, and we scroll down, it would not like affect the list in. If it was over the top with like an animated position, then things could be behind it when we want the list to be scrolling above it, right? Anyway. All right. What was the question? Sorry.
I think you just addressed it. Is this approach with animated
is the approach
better than animated position of screen? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because of what you just said.
Yeah. I mean, so again, we're dealing here with the child size, right? So the very interesting thing here is align is using the child's height factor. The height factor and width factor on align is based on the child dimensions. It's not very common that you actually get to use the child dimensions in laying out the parents' stuff. So that's one of the exceptions. There's also slide transition, which does the same thing. Slide transition is very similar to what we've just done, but slide transition is it's not an implicitly animated widget. You need to make your own. You need to make your own animation and control it. And there's also a size transition as well. And size transition lets you again set the size factor. So the size factor again, what we just said is related to the animation. And you can give the access and the alignment on that axis, which says essentially the same as the alignment that we're doing right now. Pardon me. Okay. Regarding the IntelliJ thing, why do I need to use Android Studio? Not like just from a nice thing, but I'm not using any of Android Studio's features, am I? I'm making a Flutter app. I don't need any of the Android Studio Android stuff. Literally none of their debugging tools, none of their layout handling stuff, none of their resource management. It all doesn't come into my purview, right? If I need to go do some stuff in Java or Kotlin, I'll go open up Android Studio perhaps, right? But when it comes to like doing a Flutter app, why do I need that, right? So I can have a lighter weight IDE. It also means I can use Ultimate Edition. Ultimate Edition means I actually get some more benefits. Like I can actually open up databases. I can make HTTP requests. I have a lot more functionality that you don't get with Android Studio, because Android Studio is meant for making Android apps, not just generic development and all these other things that you can do. So that's pretty when it comes to I prefer that for that reason. Yes, it is also, yeah, Randall, you're right. It is familiarity, but mainly because it's lighter weight. I mean, people talk about like Android Studio using up lots of memory or something, and you can see right down here at the bottom of my screen, right now, it's using 1.3 gigabytes. It's not a lot, not at all. And I've given it a max size of 4 gig, and it's reserved. And the other number there is allocated, is about how much it's reserved, right? That's actually been deallocated, the difference, right? If I click on this, it'll actually free up all that memory that it doesn't need. And now you can see I've just dropped it down to 500 megabytes of used space and of RAM and 1.9 allocated there. It's not a lot. The whole thing of, oh, it's really heavyweight is wrong. The difference is when I command click on something, I'm getting taken to it. If I need to find references, they're just there. Whereas in VS Code, because it doesn't have the indexing and some of the other things that it's getting better, there's various things, but it doesn't have a lot of those kind of, it has a different way of approaching. It's more lightweight, sure, but because it doesn't have those indexes in memory, it's a lot slower to perform those actions. And I counter the arguments about memory usage, about the fact is, well, what's the point of having the memory if you're not going to use it? If I've got, let's say, 16 gig and I've got 8 gig free, what the hell am I using that 8 gig for? The difference here about memory usage is this thing it's back from the days when memory space was like you had 256 megabytes of RAM and your memory space that you're dealing with is like a gigabyte or 4 gigabyte memory space. And you're like, well, at that point, you are throttling and you're switching out pages constantly, and it's not memory page thrashing, and it's not a great experience. But with memory larger than the general memory space and what apps use, you don't get the thrashing like you would do before. it's like when your memory potential committed memory gets to the nearest to the RAM, like your RAM maximum, that's when you're going to get throttling, thrashing, memory thrashing, right? And yeah, if you've got like 16 gig, you're not reaching that anytime soon. You've got to do a quite a bit to get that memory used. So use it for your IDE, use it for your emulators.
I remember using having a department level PDP 1170 for about 20 developers, and how it was a big deal because it had separate IND space. That meant 64K of both instruction space and data space. Wow.
I remember my Commodore 64, the C64, and 64 kilobytes whole, 64 kilobytes of RAM in my hands. I mean, that was like, oh my gosh, that was like so much memory. And like, here's the thing, right? This is the kind of interesting thing. What's that thing about like things that fill the space, right? Like
disks, everything. Disk
it's like everything fills the space that it needs, right? Like whatever it comes. But right now, it's like when you had 64K, and you write in software, every byte mattered. You would optimize. You would really optimize, not just like the space usage, but the performance of your code. So you use less instructions, right? And then nowadays, there's just so much memory that you could just make a list and throw this around and do this and do that, and you don't even have to think about it. Marco, it was 640K, not 64K, but yes, you're right. So 640K was the memory limit of the original IBM 5150 PC. That soon got changed.
Bill Gates was misquoted on that. He never actually said the words that everybody says he said. So it's different now. Hey,
it was 64. Wasn't it 64K ought to be enough for anyone?
That was the quote, but he never said it. Yes.
Oh, okay.
It appeared that way in some magazine as if he had said it because of the context of the magazine. I forget. Snopes has the right answer on that though. So go to Snopes and look for 640K and you'll find it. I got to bail in like 5 minutes. So either you're wrapping up or you're doing it without me after that.
I think I might continue on for a little bit longer. If people, okay, it's based on a populist vote. Do people want us to continue? Are people interested? And then we'll kind of go from here.
Especially now that Randall's leaving.
Let's listen. There's a bit of delay.
Randall's going to be gone now. Let's stick around, and you can do all sorts of cool stuff without Randall's interference.
Whilst Randall's not here.
Yeah.
What do we want to work on anyway? Like, I did say the product detail screen, so that's something we could do, right? Because that's got the expand and collapsing stuff. That might be fun.
Okay,
David's still here. Sorry,
you guys have fun with that. Watch the skies for the next sequence of this, or check us out on Wednesdays. Our wonderful Wednesday Hump Day Q&A AMA sessions. I am there every Wednesday, bleary-eyed from having been up too late the night before from karaoke every single time. So, Simon, I'll see you, I'm sure, in a future stream, probably very short from now. Yes. Ciao.
See you there, Randall. Right, it's left to me. Let's just see what's going on the chats. Should we see if I can find someone else from the community to come along? See if I can spot anyone online. All right, let's carry on, and then we'll see where we get to. Let's see where we get to. Right. Okay, let's get some questions in. I see Lucas asked some questions here. What did he say? I'd like to run some C++ code in Flutter. The code emulates a metronome. It's in C++ because periodic is too slow for 300 beats per minute. Which means too slow for 300 beats per minute. You can do 300 beats per minute with timey.periodic. You can definitely do that. So you don't need C++. If you wanted to, you can still use C++ with FFI. It just seems a lot of wasted effort to go to. So yeah, you're saying you want to play a sound on each beat hit of the metronome, right? The problem you've got is one of latency. So let me explain this. So if you're periodically hang on, sorry. If you're periodically say you hit your periodic timer and you wanted to play a sound, and then you want to schedule one not for after the sound has been played, because that might vary, but for exactly a certain time period from the original metronome hit, you can do that as long as the work that's in between doesn't take as long as you need, longer than you need. But to be honest, if you're going to do a metronome like that, what I would be doing is generating the sound samples based on that periodic frequency, and you just play that sound back. So then you're not like waiting for any sort of periodic thing to take place. You're just consistently building the sound samples. That would be the appropriate way to deal with it. I believe like that sort of clicking sound is also something that that is also something you can generate from just like a frequency pull off. But no reason why you can't. Let's see. Right. Yeah, sorry. Just reading some messages. But yeah, that should hopefully help. Let's continue with this. What do I want to do next? There's so much to do in so little time. Okay, so at least we got 2 sections. I feel like going at the section level is probably a good set. We can definitely do remove. Let's make the remove button work, and then by now will have to wait. So let's put fix me in the by now. I'll come back to that. Fix me, implement by now. Oh, by. Right, so remove is pretty straightforward. Let's just say, let's make that function. Remove. Of course, once those selected are removed, there's no more, so the bar should disappear. So let's add that. So yeah, first of all, we want to say wishlist, just repo dot remove wishlist item. We want to go for each of our items. Now, here's an interesting one. Our wishlist items ends up being a list. I want it in. We need to remove from the wish list based on a product item. So we need the actual product item itself, not the index, not the SKU. I think we can change these to being SKU. I like the idea. This is like adding. Obviously, adding. We could add based on ID as well. Actually, I think that's a more appropriate way of doing this. It saves us from going around the houses. And, yeah. So now we want to go for the selected items. And we want to remove that selected item. Now that I did as asynchronous because I thought we might need it, but we don't. So let's make these synchronous. And then just kind of clear our selected items. That's it. All inside the set state. And away we go. Right. I'll restart error. Oh yeah, so I changed the handling of that, and that's what I've fixed that. Cool. All right, so select these three, hit remove. Okay, gone. Excellent. We could do an animation on them, some other things like that. Won't do it right now, but it's an option. Okay. What was next? Yeah, I feel like I want to make sure that we at least get in for the workshop something top level for each of these sections, because I feel like we won't actually have the content otherwise. Obviously, I want to finish off the front of this page, but I mean, we can do that as well. It wouldn't be too difficult. Now we've kind of got some of the function the stuff in place for all these kind of things. We can easily do that. We also have, the shopping cart screen to think about. It wouldn't be too difficult either to kind of get that in place. Or the category screen. All right, so testing is not going to be a topic. The whole workshop is around state management. And we're going to have 4 different sections, 2 talks in each section. Enough time for people to work on this. And the idea is that you take this code base and then work with it in terms of implementing different state management techniques. All right. This is interesting. So we have these categories on the home screen, but the designs don't really show what this is about. If I tap on one of these, what is the expected behavior? Do I visit that category inside the home screen? What is a category when you visit it? I guess that's what this is. Yeah. So the category screen fashion is showing that this is the selected area. And this has expanding sections. So these are subcategories, right? Yeah, because this is fashion, women's, men fashion, kids fashion. So we need a model that describes a hierarchy of categories with products inside. That's kind of annoying. I think there's a lot to do right this second. I'm going to try and keep whatever we do short. Right. I guess we can do. Let's do the basics of the category screen, and then the basics of a cart screen. Yeah, let's do that. All right. So the category screen. Let's go to the category screen. So we want our header bar, which we just did for the wish list. So let's go back to there. We want a top nav bar. A column. I'm going to stretch. Over here was SVG search icon. SVG. So we're not using the material design because the design is not material design, right? So just for those that why we're not using them, it's if we want all the icons to be consistent, then we need them to be designed consistently, and that's what they have done. So I'll use the consistent icons. And we'll make this an icon button. Okay, that's good. It's a good start. Now we need our categories. I need to select them. So on the home nav bar, interestingly, I did actually put those categories. I didn't realize on the category screen. So actually, maybe this comes up to a time now where we actually want to combine these two things, these two features that we're talking about now, right? Where I thought there wasn't a similarity, but now maybe there is. Maybe there's what do we call it? A what does that normal app bar call it? Let's hold up. Flexible space. Bottom. So you could pass in a top nav bar, like a bottom field. And then if we extract out our category view thing, which is right here, we will a category selection. Let's bring it out. Category list. Category app list. Out there. So replace this. Yeah, let's grab it on list. Category nav list. Let's grab that. Category I'll make it required. I think having a selected category item is something else we will need. So right, and then let's bring out that top item. What was that? Top home bar. There is top bar category items. Bring it over here, and then let's just change this to category item. View. I don't want it in public. I'm just going to use it in here. Right. Have list. And we can replace this with a have list. Pass it over the on post. So that maintains that on the home screen, hopefully. And then we want the same widget on our category screen, fit in the bottom section about app bar. We want another function. Page. Okay, now on this page we want categories currently selected. Don't actually have like a no item here. Now, global. I think global. Let's make global the default. That makes more sense. And you press an item, we'll do set state, selecting said item. And then we want to set that as a selected item. Right, let's see. So we go category page. Oh yeah, we didn't add it to the layout, but it's still here. So that's good. Let's go to the category page. Ooh, that search button jumping around doesn't, I don't like that. We'll have to have a look at what's going on there in a minute. All right. Yeah, top nav bar does not. We gave past the bottom in, but we don't actually add it. So that would be what's going wrong here. So stack is only applying first row. And then this, so stack if bottom case bottom. All right. What did I do wrong? What did I do? All right, so now I can select one of these. Okay, well, we have the selected, but we don't actually change the display of the selected item. Yeah, so we need to say, is it currently selected? Each widget knows which one is selected, so let's pass it down. We could actually have a flag for multi-select. That makes more sense. And then into item. And so let's see on the designs. It's okay. So I think it's selected. No. Okay, well, it goes black. Well, that's not helpful. Hey, Very. Do you want to join me? One second. Oh, okay, no worries. I think everyone's quite busy. Well, oh, you must have seen Anna. How's Anna? I saw some photos. She was there. Yes, we should definitely have that. Might we do it on maybe on Twitch. Yeah, sure. Oh, it's good. It's good that she's okay. All right, so let's carry on here. So we need to color the icon, filter the icon. So we did actually. That's a good question. Let's have a quick look and see if we're still doing like the left to right. That's top to bottom. Where's the? I think this is just over the entire thing. If you don't, dark and light onto top to bottom. So let's. Are these going to be the same colors? They better be. ED 10.2 F3324. Let's go take a look. It was on the button, wasn't it? It was on Wish. No, it wasn't Wishlist button. It was that button. F3. 9824, yep. And then the other color, ED. All right, so we've got this gradient. So let's reuse this gradient now. Bring it up to our theme. And we'll go, we'll make two versions of this. We'll say horizontal. Horizontal highlight. Horizontal gradient. Horizontal gradient highlight. One, and we'll do a vertical one. Have vertical on this one, horizontal. Nice. We're going to lift these out into the theme proper, but not right now. So we want the selected item to. That's a good question. How do we want to handle making the selected item? That's annoying. That's annoying. Okay. Well, first of all, we have our gradient here. There's a way, and we'll do it. But give me 1 second. So I'm thinking at. Well, so when if it's selected, then I know our text color is going to be at theme of. So if we save that, at least we can test. Yep, it goes orange. Right. So how do we get our gradient? I know a way, but I don't like it. I don't think we're going to have to use it. Because you can't color. There's no color filter for a gradient, I don't think. Because it's color. So there's another widget like this, isn't there? Image filtered. I feel like there's another one. Image filter. Image filtered. Can I do an image filter matrix compose? If I had the path, I could fill the path and paint the path. I could extract the path. It kind of gets a bit meh. Really complicate this for highlighting something. Gaussian blur. What is this actually doing? Native image filter, sure. Too native. Okay, so they're doing something special for this, not using the standard image filter stuff. There was a way. Okay, so there's a couple of ways to think I know how to do this, but that's sort of. Right, so first of all, let's test this with something specific. All right, let's Come on, brain. Clip. No, not clip. Oh my god, what's it called? What's the widget called? I had it in my head before I started looking at that. Shader, no. Shader? Shades. Yeah. So this is what I want to use. And it's slightly heavyweight, but I think that it's not like we're doing it for an entire layout, it's just for an icon. So it should be fine. So from a linear gradient, so if I get my linear gradient, you can actually get a shader. Create shader, and then we give it the bounds, the rectangle. That should be enough to shade it. It's going to use modulate though as the blend mode. We just want to blend it on source color, and then we ignore the color. So this basically needs to be. Can we create? Good question. How? Can we create a shader from a paint? You can set it. Oh, image shader. So, what other types of shaders do we have? Find it. Fragment shader, image shader, gradient. This means that there's a slightly different UI path to doing this. So I think it makes sense to extract it into a little widget of its own. So basically what we want to do is we want to apply a color filter to the icon if it's not enabled, and if it's not selected. If it's selected, we want to apply a shader mask. Now we always have to return a shader from this, do we? Yes. So we'll either make a gradient that goes from one color to the same color to make it consistent, which again, meh. The icon will be cached, so we can reparent just fine. Either none of the options I like particularly. Let's just see if this works. Yeah. Can you see that up there on the top left? We're getting the expected results now. All right, that's good. So the concept I had worked. Now the question is that color the other one it is? All right. I think I might need to change that. Anyway. It's a paragraph of too far down the rainbow. Right, so icon, icon asset, icon widget, app, icon. Yeah, I use Windows trying to build. Congratulations. Right, app. And so I'm thinking that we do this in quite a few places right now. So I think that we kind of want to have this notion of an icon widget. So we'll say icon this. asset in. And then we can override the color. So we'll have a final color, optional color. If color does not equal null, then we'll do a color filter using that color. So that kind of and generate an initial icon, right? Okay. Then we want to say if highlighted, return our icon wrapped in a shader mask. Else return icon. Have a highlighted view. So now we can control all our different states for icons. Good to me. Ooh, we can actually pass that different tab. Right. So now we have an app icon. Replace that in here. Icon asset over. Color. Highlight the icon. Highlight it. Select it. Okay, so oh yeah, we're on the category screen. There we go. Okay, so let's make that. Okay, that orange is the wrong orange, so let's go fix that. So I think these initial colors, these light orange and dark orange, were for the splash screen only, which had different colors. So I think. Where was it? Down here. Orange. App bar colors not the same. App. Yeah, you got a light orange and app. I think these are wrong. So let's go to the splash screen. And I'm going to pull these directly in and then replace them app wide elsewhere. So color orange was app color. That's this one here. And the light color down here. Okay. That keeps the splash screen expectation splash the same. Then we're going to have an app light orange color and app orange color. And I'll bring those two colors that we were using earlier. So this is the darker one. Out here. These. Theme. So yeah, back to where we were. The gradient is going to be correct, and then our color, pardon me, should also be correct. Let's restart. Not that it'd be that noticeable, probably. But theme app color, and app color has been provided. Let's just check this, double check this. App color is the orange color. Yeah. All right. Let's go back to it. So it's a finally get to oh. Nice like thing. Okay, that works. So what do we want to do next? Let's go back to the design. Yeah, let's consolidate the two nav bars and get rid of that problem with the jumping around. Let's see what's going on there. Oh yeah, because those top buttons are slightly smaller than the default. They're compact icon buttons, which I think we should always use, to be fair. But can I override the visual density? Oh, that would be good. All right. So what I'm talking about here is, let me explain. So our general top nav is this widget, and then the home screen has its own home nav bar. And originally, I think the concept was that they were different, but now since the category screen has a similar category view, we've pulled it out. That makes the two widgets pretty much identical, apart from the callbacks. So we could definitely reuse top nav bar inside home nav bar. Replace all this, the code that's the same. Top nav bar, right? And then our title or whatever. If we specify actions, that would be these down here. Now we set a visual density of compact on them to reduce the size. The question is, where does the visual density default come from? Let's go take a look. I think, theme data. Cool. So this means what we can actually do is inside of top nav bar, where these icons are going to be used. Put it this way: if I wrap our row in a theme, theme.merge, that'd be helpful. I think there is. Theme.of context copy with visual density. This ensures that both the default icons down here are going to get the compact theme, which, let me turn off these borders. You'll see here as being like almost oval shaped in the highlight, hopefully. I think you can see that. Right, I've saved, it's hot reloaded. And yes, it's no different. This is what we want. So now I can take this theme here and go into top nav bar and wrap that around actions, thus guaranteeing that all actions being displayed in the top nav bar are considered compact. I will make sure that over here on the category page, this icon over here is also compact. Right? So that's step one. Save. Okay. Icon on press this. Yeah, that's the same. Visual density compact. That should be the same. But they're not the same. Why are they not the same? That is a question. Let's take that. Yeah. Did I click on it? Ah, that's a good question. How is the actions bit specified on the category screen? It's an icon button. Ah, when SVG picture asset. I wonder, am I using that? No, it is. I don't see any big difference between the two. I mean, that's the logo. Unless this is, no, because it's larger on category. And the category page still has this icon button pressed. Here, this is, not this one, sorry. Home Navbar. Icon button press. It's exactly the same. Room in. Is it the stretch? It did make a difference. But why is it? I think this might. This can't be the back action because those buttons aren't there. Let's comment it out. So I'm just trying to understand where this dimension is coming from. No, because we know because it's coming from. That's crazy to me. Couldn't tell you why. Let me just take a look. Is it getting the oval shape now? No, it seems the round shape. Something's obviously different being inherited down there. In the home nav bar, we do the column and then the stack. It's not intrinsically. Get rid of the intrinsic part. I mean, the row is taller. I couldn't tell you why. That's going to bug me. Oh, wait a second. No. Is it because it's in the positioned? than being aligned. Interesting. It is. It is exactly that. The logo height. If this were set to an align, let's just try it. Basically, the logo is denoting the size of this widget, right? And alignment, then the position is not. It's really possible to be right. So vertical padding 4. That's definitely taller. Get rid of the icon buttons for a second and see what happens. Smaller. It's crazy. All right, let's move on. I'm not going to waste everyone's time. They don't have to be exactly the same. I just want to know what's going on. All right, so we're going to merge them anyway. So basically, we want to get this title, make into a title widget instead of title text, I guess. Yeah, let's do that. Yes, that's a good idea. And what we'll do is we'll use default text widget. Default text. Merge. Style. This title. This basically implies if we just put one text widget, it will get that font. Earlier, I did speak about it. And then this becomes just text, which then gets that inherited style. The wishlist page, then go here, text. Last thing about this is on our home screen, we can take this widget, say, title. And our actions are these. And our bottom is that. Get rid of all this because this comes from the generic top bar. Now I look at this and go, okay, what is the point of this widget at all, right? Like it doesn't, it's just passing over a bunch of parameters, not really doing anything. So we're going to take this out, this entire widget, only used in one layout, and put it back in here. And get rid of these conditionals now. Sense. Start. Your problems. Where are problems in here? Yes, doesn't exist. Okay. Go to the second screen. Yeah, see there's more of a gap there. But is that caused because this? Let's put our widget here for a second to see how that lays out differently. That's positioned, isn't it now? Positioned or aligned? Widget back. And it's taller. Hang on a minute. Oh, no, I did center right now. Okay, so it's different. Aha, now they're aligned. Good, that's what I want to see. So put that back. Save. Yay, finally. All right. Okay, so where was I? What time is it? Okay, we still got some time. What's everyone asking here? Let's have a look. Is it possible to show material banner without a scaffold? My use case is no internet switch and custom view having material banner and reconnecting to show the current view. Yes. I can definitely show you that if you like to. I think that's a nice little, maybe it's a little ending thing. Otherwise we'll just keep going and going. So there's still a lot more. So those that have joined late, basically here's our design. We're making so this is towards the GDG and Flutter community dev workshop that's happening next week. I'm going to get you a link right now if I can find it. Bear with. And the sign up button, I will put it in the chat. Those that don't know, this is what it's about. Bend the banner on the screen actually. So links there in the chat. There it is. This is about this event. And the idea is that the participants, it's a dev camp. We want a commitment from the people that they're going to join it, not to watch anything, it's actually to learn and do. And the idea here is to join myself and other experts in Flutter doing specifically state management. And the idea is to take this example application and implement it with Riverpod, with Provider, with Block, with whatever. And there's a bunch of them. And so you can see how different state management techniques work, basically, and the differences between them and answering that big question. Yeah, you know. So I'm building this up without any state management, essentially. We're just plain, it has state management, obviously, but no library. And then you'll be able to see, you can try it with all different libraries, right, to understand the differences. So we start this next Thursday. So I'm going to get this ready by then. So still quite a bit more to do, but we've got our wishlist page done, which is nice. Home page, we've got to start on the category page. We still need to do product details. That's the details page here. And we'll skip the logins for now. But we have an account page. We can see your previous orders. Delivery address for the cart. Oh yeah, the cart screen over here. So there's still quite a bit to do. I do like that. This kind of notion that you, when you add the items to the cart, it pops up to show your items are here. You have 2 items in your cart. I like that. I'm going to do that as well. But yeah, so there's still a fair bit to do. but for the most part, it's going well, I think. Oh, David, is David still here? I feel like we're talking about doing these expanding, collapsing sections in a I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna do it now because I've said it several times now, and I don't want to let it go off. So I'll quickly show you how we do this, right? Since we have the categories page, we'll do it on there, and we'll just have some mock data right now. All right, so we've done enough for top. No, where's that categories page? Okay. So our content is going to be fill out the rest of the screen. Keep that bar at the top. We could actually have the top bar in a sliver persistent header kind of deal, and actually have it collapse and do this kind of fun stuff. When you scroll, we can have a fiddle around with that later. Right. Let's do a custom scroll view and slivers, and then we'll make a sliver expanding item. Expanding. What do they call it? What's the framework one? Expansion tile. Yeah. All right. So let's call it a sliver expansion tile. That's that for everyone. It's if a widget, sliver expansion tile, and we'll make a for loop in here for and then each tile. Okay, so let's go back to our little view here. So each tile is going to have some sort of header, some sort of display, which is going to be this section here with the icon. And you tap anywhere on that top section, it reveals the rest. I think I know what his original problem is, and there's a widget that's coming out to kind of solve this, but we can still do it without that. Let's think. I'll show you the way. I mean, who's still here? Who's interested in this? First of all, we could go on a little bit, but I want to know who wants to see how we do this. Speak up now, or forever hold your peace. Something like that. Maybe yes. Okay, we go yes. We could go do the live banner. Should we do the live? Do you know what? I don't want to spend too much time on this. So I'll show you how many we can do an expansion tile is pretty straightforward, right? Like you can have a state. I'll do a basic one. It doesn't solve the problem of dealing with slivers. That's going to be a separate issue, I think. So the thing here is that basically the problem. Let me explain what the issue is that with expansion is that each one of these cells underneath needs to be a sliver, and the idea is to expand those slivers, right? So, we have to lift the state. Basically, we have to lift the state up for which ones are expanded and which ones are not. So I'll show you how we do that. Make a stateful widget, and we'll call it a sliver expansion controller. No, it's not really a controller itself. Group host, whatever. Naming is hard. Right, I'm going to wrap that around everything here. Right. Have a child. And the idea is that this widget sits inside the tree, allows all the expansion tiles that are underneath to access a global state, lifting that state up. So that's its only job right now. We can use inherited widget and all that jazz, but not going to do that right now. So the idea here is to say maybe which section is expanded. I guess we probably want like a series of ID, maybe expanded sections, right? As our state above. And then we actually want this to be a value notifier. And we'll have a there's a couple of ways you can deal with this. So obviously when I remove these out, and this can still be private, which is probably the nicer way of dealing with this. And that way there's a tight relationship between these two widgets. It doesn't matter where they are in the widget tree. An of build context. Return context dot find ancestor widget type state. Sorry, find ancestors type. We did exclamation mark because we never want to optionally get it. If something causes function, it's not there. That's an error. We want it to crash, right? Now it's going to say this is a public API, and that's why we can't use this. But we can make this a private function. Remember, it's private to the library, not private to the class. So then down here in our expansion tile, when we initialize, we want to get that function and get the state. So we'll nuke our expander for a second and say final post state state. We shall put that on. It should be fine. Oh, static. It's not static. That's fine. Okay. And that's what I want my host. Why have we got a getter? Not a getter. There we go. That's what I want. Sorry. Right, back to where I was. So when we initialize, we want to say post expanded sections contains key. So I have like what section ID, something like that, string section ID. So we'll have something like we can actually move this straight into the layout. Let me have a think about this. We want to listen to the expanded sections though. So yeah, we want to add, oops, add listener. sections changed. I want a so we not help ourselves. You can't remove an anonymous listener, right? Even if you copy and paste the code, because it'll be a different instance. That's why you need to refer by name. All right, so down here. Two things here. We want this expansion tile header. Actually, let's rename that elsewhere. Never mind. Header. So now we have a header, and this is going to have a child as well for its content. And that's going to be a row. And with child, which we've got child in expanded, put that space on the left hand side of the widget. Okay, so we haven't expanded, and then we want an icon button. This time we do want to stretch the height to the most maximum area, so we'll wrap it in an intrinsic height. Stretch. Pressed. We want this to toggle expansion. Child is going to be up an arrow, something like that. Icons. Arrow. Up. Keyboard arrow up. Have it extract the checkbox. Maybe I did. Let's have a look. Edit font to heart, remove search done. Nope. So we'll probably need to do that later, but for the moment we'll use the chevrons. All right, so we'll use arrow up and arrow down or something. So we want to say if it's expanded, up, otherwise down. Now what we're going to do here is be toggling the icon when it goes up and down. We need to toggle our expansion. We can do that from saying if expanded post expanded sections dot remove I like working with this expanded section. I do want to listen to it, just not like this. It would make it be different if we just returned. Very much feels like there should be there should be a controller in this mix. I do like this, and I don't like it. It's something doesn't smell right. But this will work for now. Video jank. Let's do a remove and an add at the top level, and then let it be managed internally. Anything that contains, and then we get rid of access in the sections directly. Yeah, let's do that. It'll be slightly better. Add two missing. These are going to do is pass on just like helper methods, right? Add. Question: Can I reference this? Yeah. We'll do a add section, or maybe it should be toggle set expanded string section, or expanded, something like that, and then if expanded section contains, get rid of the value notifier of this instead. How I had it, which was just a string. Oh. Yeah, like right, so we say if it contains section, move. Oh no, this was if we went to the toggle. Do we have toggle expanded section? Section and developments. It's expanded. It's pretty straightforward to say if it's expanded, then we add. This. And we want a is section valid. Out. So now we've done that little bit of control here. Let's get rid of that interface, and we're going to return that controller from the host. This actually ends up making this a kind of inherited widget. I won't go there right now, but yeah, we're not going to go there right now, but yeah. So we'll return back the controller. All right, all that done down here. And now we can get back to what we want, which is section expanded. This makes so much nicer. And then a host. It's not host, it's controller now. And controller panels now. This is and then toggle expansion is going to be controller. Toggle expansion widget section. Okay. So we now have a way of monitoring it. If changes, we want to set state to rebuild this widget. We could host this rather than calling the getter each time. We can actually have our own expanded state maintained here. Then when we start up, we set it. And then when we update, we're saying it again, and then we can use it down here. This all seems a bit elaborate for what we're doing here. You'll see why in a second. So this now means that we have one global controller that manages all sections being expanded or not expanded. So now if I go back to our sliver expansion host, which is a sliver expansion target, and there section, and then I'm just going to put in the item here, child text with the item. It's really, really basic. As an example, of course. Start, see what we get. Okay. Okay, so first problem, I made it so that you're clicking on the icon, didn't I? So that's my first bad. So this actually wants to be a inkwell here. Also mean that we want a material smear. Feel free to ask questions, by the way, chaps. We're still here. Try that again. Okay, so let's make those actually good size. So that padding's an item, which means we actually get that. There's a reason to move padding into the header. So I want to wrap our child widget with a padding. The padding be everything minus the left padding. So widget dot padding. So can we do this nice? We can subtract the geometry. That could be edge and sense only. Okay. Right. So that's I've made a slight boo-boo here. It does not support left to right now, but that's okay for the moment. Then this, I can't want to wrap. Out. So yeah, we can extract the right only. Right. So that's all about the fact that we split the padding up, right? So if I bring this in, we did padding around this, and the original right padding that was on that was given now moved to the right hand edge. So we're attaching this icon. So everything behaves as expected, should we say? Okay. Anyway, back to here. If we expand them, they'll expand and collapse and appropriate, which is good. There's nothing to expand yet. Now this is the clever bit. Okay, we're getting to the clever bit now. So if we make another widget now, and we'll call it expansion tile content. This has the child as a builder section. It's for okay. And side, say the same host controller, and still do the same listening of that controller. But this time, when it changes, yeah, I guess we still want to see if it's expanded or not. Right. Okay. And here in the body, we say if expanded, then we want to return a empty sliver. With I feel like I did do an empty. No, empty. Did have it in there. So expanded, then we want to return widget builder context, else return and this. So this is called widget builder in here. I think we're gonna I can explicitly say this. All right, so that is the magic. Okay, we're back to where we were. Okay, so it's content. We call do what? So, what are we going to spend here? Something. I guess we'll just do placeholder for the minute. In a aspect ratio. Do help for the minute. Right, let's see if I blow stuff up. Categories, expand, collapse, expand, collapse. Okay, so now each one of these is still going to be managed by the outside custom scroll view. So if I expand these all, each item is separately managed by the sliver grid, by the custom scroll view. Now what we can do with this is also add the animation to expand it, right? Or the reveal or something, right? Oh, it's actually So we get an instant reveal because of the build, but it doesn't really expand the way I want. So can we do that? I think that we can. For sliver. Now this is where we're going to have to do a custom sliver object. Yeah, so these are just your standard sliver. Basically, this is a standard sliver list, but animated, right? Find first item, call it initial item count, item builder. Refactors. Oh, widgets. Non-sliver. Wow. This is more about like when you remove an item. Yeah, when they're inserted or removed, it animates them. Not what the type of animation we want. You can do a reveal, but I'm not going to do it right now because that's effort that I'm already way over on how I want it to be today. Cool. Well, that's also one step closer to where I want to be with this. So that's nice. What was the other thing? Wasn't there something else that we were talking about doing? Oh, your banner. Do you want to? Are you still here, Sharim? Shriman? Is that your name? Sorry. Let's see. Well, I was going to say this is very similar to what we just did, right? You lift out the state, upper level, right, of what banner you want to show. That could actually be your connection state. So if I go into somewhere in here, I could add a feature called like connection emitter. Connection monitor. Stateful connection monitor. Have a child widget. Go in here. Everyone's asleep. I don't think Truman's here still. But we'll get this done and you can watch it back. Yeah, and then we want to stack. Child widget underneath. And then we can display a banner widget here. Interesting. Probably should take a break in a minute. But yeah. Well, the material. Get red and text on it. That just says, please check your intranet connection. All right, so that's the banner that we want to display. And that will always display it on top. Let's go back to our top of our application app. And in our main screen builder, we're going to add a builder. It can never actually be, but so this wraps the entire app. All the routes, if you navigate, they're all wrapped with this thing, so it's going to stay on top. May not be the appropriate way that you want to do it. In fact, well, I'll show you how this works, and then we'll move on from there. So if I restart, this should pop up at the very top of the screen. There you go. Can you see that at the top? Red banner. Let's positioned. Say left 0, right 0, make it a stretch. Then add a padding on the inside. Say vertical padding 4, 12. Okay, so we had a stupid banner, but there's no good there, right? So let's go and say, okay, let's insert this by, in fact, that is, might want to move it down, right? So we probably want to say edge sets only top media query dot padding of context of top. Maybe you see what I mean. There you go. So that brings it down below the top bar. But again, kind of covers everything up. Like what's that? That's no good to us, right? So in our layout of our application, where do we want to do it? Also, you know, obviously we can animate it, right? Which is straightforward. So I think the key here is probably to wrap the content and have it pop above the navigation bar so it doesn't obstruct the usage of the application. So if we instead say bottom 0, by default, everything's top left because of our stack. We could change the alignment to alignment.bottom. I feel like that's probably the wrong answer here because we don't want the bottom. And then we want to flip this around to being bottom. So right bottom padding. Yeah, but again, we want it above the right place. So this is where we position it inside our layout. So we're going to take it from here. And instead we'll wrap it around. If we go to our main section, main screen. Here's our main section with the bottom nav bar. Wrap that. Okay, that's better. It's in the right place now. And we can get rid of our viewing sets because it's not going to be interrupted by the viewing sets because of where it's positioned. Maybe we'll center the text in this situation. It's a nice little, you know, oh, sorry, it's a bit off the screen and my head's in the way. Sorry. There you go. You missed all that other stuff, never mind. So yeah, it now pops above, which is nice. Now we just need to show and hide it. So as we said earlier, if we do wrap this in a animated size, the wishlist page. Let's go capture and reuse. What was it? It was here. And if it's selected or not is a matter of connected, right? So if we're connected, then it's not visible. Otherwise it is. So we need a flag for that. And there is actually a Connection Plus package that you can monitor. So I guess we can do that. Activity Plus. Activity Plus. Oh, he's here. Roman. Yeah. Sorry if I'm pronouncing your name terribly. Right. Let's restart things. And let's go look at the API. Okay, bring it in. Connectivity instance. Okay, we can do that. And that has a check connectivity and connectivity changed. Right. So you can listen to that. And we can actually just do that out in a stream builder. Here's my widget. So we'll assume that you are connected rather than delay the use of the package. So I think we can get away with doing this. Flag. The DAX is typed. Okay. So now our stream set. Go to play. Turn our stack. And then our connected state is going to be if our snapshot is yeah, if we do required data, result. So our initial data is as if it's connected. Activity result or something. Connected. Result. Because if it's not none, right? there's not none, then it's 0. Otherwise, yeah. Okay, so this might be wrong, but let's find out. All right. I do have that. Oops. Hopefully the screen share continues with airplane mode turned on. We'll find out. That's the thing. All right, so if I now pull down and then we go airplane mode, there we go. Please check your internet connection. Not reaching the width though, so I'm guessing that's because static content to expand. Yes, oh look, cross-axis line and stretch is missing. Fancy that. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's the width factor as well. It's animating, which is kind of annoying. Why are you not reaching the width? That is the question. You are centering. You are centering because of this. Can I do this with an unconstrained box? Does that mean it didn't get the initial value because it didn't change? Or that the layout's failing? All right, let's remove that. Done. It'll work in 2 seconds ago. Let's make it visible, shall we? Let's put height factor 1. Okay, definitely there. Okay, good. Box. Really annoying. Alright, I think I had enough now. We're going to Let me just check some things. We kind of want to animate sites only on one axis. The expectation is slightly different, but I mean, you can do an animated positioned as well. Is that implicitly animated? I forget. It is. You know what? Maybe that will do the job. See, this is the problem, right? So this is related. It animates the inset, how much, where it's positioned, basically, which is not what we want to animate. We want to animate based on the height of the child, so without giving it a fixed height, right? So if I say bottom like -10, it would be down, right? But then I've got to give it a fixed height. We really want it to be based on the child size. So if there's a height factor of 0, positions it, it's not going to animate it. Yeah. It doesn't reach the width right now, and I'll solve that as a separate thing. Okay, so I'm also wondering why it's kind of annoying. I think we're not getting an initial value down the pipe. So it thinks it's connected even though I'm in airplane mode. So maybe we do actually need to grab this check activity. I'll do it. All right, late. Seems a bit annoying, but you know. I'll go and change the API. Break everyone's apps. Widget. Yeah, that'd be more helpful. Feature builder and its initial data is going to be connected. And then we pass that initial data up. Doesn't work, that doesn't work. All right, let's see how that works. Yay, initial state corrected. Okay, so now it says I'm offline, and then if I change to airplane mode, yep, it went away. Okay, good. Kind of, that really does annoy me the way it's not passing it down. Something's not adding up there. I'll go dig around later. Right. All right, bring it back online. And it disappears. That's not bad. Right, let's come back to the stream here. Sorry. Thank you. Right. Final question. Everyone, I don't have time to really review at the moment. Hi guys, will the DevCamp be once a week for 4 weeks? It's twice a week for 4 weeks. It'd be Saturdays and Thursdays. Saturday, I think the plan is Saturday 10 a.m., Thursday 6 p.m. UK time. If you can't, the sessions will be recorded for those people that can't make it on the exact time. But it really does, if you really want to go ahead with the DevCamp and get to know state management and learn all this stuff, then it's something you need to do and be involved in. So hopefully that helps. Right. Well, again, thank you everyone for joining. You can go join the DevCamp over at this address, and it's going to be linked in the chat as well. I will make sure that's freshly linked in the chat for those that didn't see the history or something. Yeah. And thanks for coming. And I guess I'll see you next time. I might be doing maybe tomorrow, maybe Monday. It's pretty much going to be every day this coming week until Thursday. So wish me luck. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.